Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, August the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. So I'm in this BEKE short. It's not, I got it in around 1744. I've taken some out. I'm hoping for a 17 collapse. It may not. It was a little bit spready. It's an earnings play. Take a look at it. Well, let's take a look at it. BEKE, it's an earnings play, and it's an all-time low right now. It's an all-time low right now, so just have to wait. Just going to wait and see if it, once the market opens, it really has that big collapse. If not, I'll just duck out, probably break even on the last part I have. The other one that's could be interesting is the RXT. RXT is another earnings play, and it is an all-time low for Racks. I think it's Rackspace. Yeah, Rackspace Technology. RXT is another one. I didn't take that one. It was kind of a toss-up between BEKE and the RXT, and I took the BEKE. In retrospect, I probably should have taken this one. But anyway, RXT, another earnings play, all-time low. Palantir, PLTR, is an earnings play also today. This is one on the way up. This used to be a meme stock. I don't know if it's a meme stock today, but anyway, PLTR is an earnings play. Nice gap up for it. Big float though. I mean, I think this is one of the major problems with it in terms of having it move. 1.5 billion shares in the float, but it is above the 200-day moving average, so we'll have to see what happens. XONE. So yesterday we had Triple D. Today we have XONE, a couple of 3D printers, or in that space anyway. XONE, big gap up through the 200-day moving average. Another one gapping way up through the 200-day. I mean, that's a massive gap, 40%. 17 million in the float. Is it takeover also? All right. You're right, Desktop Metal to acquire. You're right. There was another one. There was another takeover. IEC was another takeover that I saw. Cano, C-A-N-O, C-A-N-O. C-A-N-O is yes, it's an earnings play. Big float, 161 million in the float, so hard to know exactly once the market opens what is going to happen with this one. With that sort of a float. It's got some resistance, probably right around the 12 level anyway. So Mark, what do you mean by what's the news on this? What do you mean by that? PBTS, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. PBTS is not an earnings play, sorry. It's not an earnings play. Wow, up 37%. Let's see, why are they trading higher after the company? Okay, so it's a crypto play, guys. PBTS, that's right. This is a crypto play. They say they're expanding its blockchain business to engage in cryptocurrency mining. So, okay, so XONE is a buyout. That's why I guess it was halted. Clove, another meme stock. Again, when I say that, I don't know if it's a meme stock today. Certainly it was in the past. Clove, C-L-O-V, another earnings play. Nice gap up for it. Approaching 10 anyway. It got up to 10. HIMS, guys. Wow, look at this. HIMS, this is an earnings play. Is really taking effect now. I mean, the earnings after hours yesterday, you can see the gap up. Kind of held this morning, and now it's starting to move. Some volume coming into HIMS, an earnings play. AEYE. Now, this was low volume when I first saw it. AEYE. And let's see what the volume. Yeah, still low volume, guys, but it's down 27%. It's an earnings play. The volume obviously will pick up once the market opens. Only 5 million in the float. The big gap down was after hours yesterday when they released earnings. So we'll just have to wait and see once this market opens what's going to happen with this one. I mean, again, there's no volume really yet, but it will certainly pick up. GOCO, another earnings play, GOCO, another disaster, GOCO, another earnings play, another one, an all-time low. I mean, we've seen a lot of these now, all-time lows. So, boy, this is an interesting one. It's underneath that whole number also. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, one to keep an eye on if it holds underneath 7. Yeah, IEC is a buyout, is a merger or buyout. Yeah, I saw that earlier too. I thought, wow, okay, this is an interesting one, but it is a buyout, not unlike XONE. CNFR is another earnings play, and it is, released earnings after hours. There's that mauve area, released earnings after hours yesterday. So kind of holding the gap. Got as high as, 420 or so in after hours yesterday. It's a low float. Wow, really low float. 3.4 million in the float. And XBio is doing its thing again. We haven't seen this one for a while, but XBio is holding its gap. Not bad. I mean, it got up to 417, but it's starting to fade now. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm trying to see if there was any specific news. I think I saw something, but at any rate, it's starting to fade now a little bit. Open is another earnings play. This is sort of the end of earnings week or earnings season, guys. We've got about 800 companies this week. Next week, only 140. So enjoy it while it lasts. Open is another earnings play, starting to fade a bit. But a nice look at that gap up, though. Another IPO from here. This is back in December of last year. MDVL, is this correct? MDVL. Yes, so this is another disaster earnings play. I mean, look at these ones that are just making lifetime lows. We're gonna have a few of them. So MDVL, another earnings play, just absolutely gapping down. And I think that is it for the ones that I noticed earlier. I'm sure there have been some that have been coming in, but since I opened the room, yeah, Ride is an earnings play. I don't think it really moved that much. It's up 8%. Ride is an earnings play. I think WKHS is an earnings play. So we have some of the EVs. The earning plays, but it really didn't. I mean, look, it's up 8%, and when the market opens, who knows what's going to happen? But look at this. I mean, it's just really has been thumped ever since the SPAC deal was done back here, I guess. I mean, it's just really been a disaster. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. See if there's anything interesting. I do too, Bobby, I do too. I like the combination. I've asked them to do it for everything, not just in the single stock window. There's no reason why we can't have it for everything else too. Anywhere you have a graphical presentation. All right, let's get some of these upgrades in, see if there's anything interesting in that. Maybe multiple upgrades. Same stock being upgraded by several brokers. See, Seagate has an upgrade from Goldman. HFC's got a couple of upgrades, I noticed, from Wells Fargo and Cowen. HFC. All right, there's some of the upgrades from briefing.com. You don't think it's on? I do see... Well, I do see I'm streaming, and there are people that are asking me questions in YouTube, so I'm not sure what to say. There it is. It is streaming. There's Ride, so I'm not sure what to say. I think it's on. All right, let me take a look at some of the downgrades this morning. Ooh, we got a few more downgrades this morning than upgrades. Let's take a look at some of them. All right, Beak, come on. This is when I'm short in from 1744. I've taken some out. I'm just waiting to see if it takes out 17. Okay, let me get these downgrades in. You know what? I forgot to mention SYPR. I know SYPR is also moving here. I haven't seen this many downgrades in a while from the analysts. We've got multiple downgrades, not that it's going to help now probably, but multiple downgrades for GOCO, G-O-C-O. It's already down a lot on earnings. I think it's around $5. AZPN has also been downgraded a couple of times. And there's ARCT. Remember, ARCT is downgraded by Raymond James. This was downgraded yesterday. This was downgraded yesterday by Goldman. No, I don't primarily short. I go wherever the flow is. So this was downgraded by Goldman yesterday. It really didn't do that much. They put a price target of 29. So I got another downgrade today from Raymond James. And I don't play options, no. I have an option scanner that I look for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Go BKE, come on. Sorry guys, I know, shameless cheerleading, but okay, now let's see if I can really start to... It was a bit spready at times. That was what was concerning me, but held in there. Okay, so River, again, if you have not taken the 20 lessons or gone to our educational area, I really recommend that you do that, okay? I don't know if you've done that already. You go to my homepage, go to the education section, take a look at the 20 lessons, and then scroll down to the, education area. So if you click on my homepage tab, and then click on my link when you find the tab in the trading room, excuse me, go to the education section, and the 20 lessons, and then scroll down to the educational videos. When you click on the watch videos, one of them is starting trade ideas from scratch. Okay. We get comments from a lot of people saying it's too complicated, it's too this, and you know what? You can make trade ideas as complicated as you want, but here's another way you can really complicate it. If you don't take a look at some of these videos that we've got in the lessons, if you just sort of stare, I'm not talking about you, Rivers, specifically, of course, but people say, well, but if you're not prepared to spend some time at looking at, you know, what we have to offer in terms of, you know, getting you accustomed to using trade ideas, you know, it's going to be difficult. It's like anything else. You've got to spend the time. Oh man, KH, that's a tough one for me to try to answer. I mean, have you saved? Well, in the channel, it's not a channel, okay? Okay, what time is this? 9:22. So my docked windows are all, I save them all individually. These are my docked windows. Here's one, you know, there's my upper one, as I call it. Here's my lower one. I've got my pre-market scan. They're all docked windows. All right, I save each one individually, but then I also save all of those docks into a layout. So when you say linked in a channel, I mean, they're not linked in a channel. What I do, again, I would just create a docked window, right click, save or share to cloud. Notice the name is right there, and save it. So it's in the cloud. All right, then you can always bring back, that's the beauty of it. You bring back a dock window, one that you want. But it's very hard for me to answer you right now anyway. I mean, we're just trying to get set for this open. Maybe later on, maybe after 10 o'clock, if you're still having issues. Ooh, I'm on a 666. Goko is at 666. Now 668, but yeah, just remember, save all your work to the cloud. All your work to the cloud, okay? And that, you know, if you save everything to the cloud, if you do mess up later on, you can always bring back something from the cloud, all right? If you don't save something from the cloud, I don't have any sympathy for you, okay? I'm kind of kidding, but you know, I repeat myself over and over and over again. All your work saved to the cloud. Because if something screws up, let's just say you create a docked window, okay? Save it to the cloud. Now you start moving around, and I know it takes a little bit used to getting, or a bit getting used to using a docked window. And sometimes, you know, you move something around and you don't know why it's happened. Okay, no fear. Just close it down and bring it back from the cloud. Okay, your original one, and then you're back. Yeah, I should put that link in for you guys in YouTube, you people in YouTube, my homepage. Here's another one on the way down, guys. GRWG, probably an earnings play. This was one of the real flyers in the cannabis sector. But look at this. This is just taking a header now. down 9%. It's not a, well, it's only 50 million in the float, so it's not super low, but it's not super high, of course. So here, I mean, this is another one just taking a dive. Excuse me. Look at this on the day. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Look at this on the daily chart. Just a big gap down. 42.32 was the 200-day, so it's gap down below the 200-day moving average for GRWG. Now, guys, I'm going to try to pay a little more attention to crosses today. Okay, like I said yesterday, it wouldn't be the worst idea in the world to take a look at maybe the top 10 stocks in terms of relative volume, the ones that are really moving, and maybe thumbnailing them, and maybe on a 5-minute chart, and watch for crosses all day long. Crosses, can are they going to be as dynamic as the ones that are moving 100 and 200%? Of course not. But boy, I mean, they can give you maybe some really steady income. So I'm going to try to pay a little more attention to the crosses today. The crosses meaning, of course, the 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA, either up or down on the 5-minute chart. Link to my homepage, Brian, if you can find my tab, Barry's homepage, there's the tab right there. Click on that, and there is the link. And when you click on the link, this is what you'll see. Okay, and one of the sections is are my scans and also the education section. I mean, listen, do yourself anybody, if you're new to Trade Ideas, do yourself a favor and take a look at the education. I'm going to repeat myself. It's like anything else. The more you put into it, the more you'll get out of it. All right, guys, I'm out of the BEKE. That had a big. I'm gonna keep watching it to see if it takes out 17 again, but it's just a little too. I'm all out of it. It got down below just as it popped over 17 again. I got out, so I'm just going to keep an eye on it if it takes out 17 again. The issue, though, will be that it's down more than 10%, so the uptick rule may nail me. Now I'm hearing Mara and Riot, so I'm assuming Bitcoin is taking a bit of a header this morning. RXT, that's the one, guys. Man, I wish I had taken that one instead of the BEKE. This is an all-time low. I'm going to probably, well, I'm going to have it on the 2. I've got those indicators on all my time frames, okay? Well, the 2, 5, and 15. Probably going to concentrate more on the 5. But they're on all charts. Well, all the intraday charts anyway. But if I were going to thumbnail a bunch of charts and kind of watch those all day long, I would probably pick the 5-minute chart. Well, it's a buyout, so I don't know. X1 is a buyout, so. I did too. I missed that too. All I saw was earnings, but then somebody pointed out that it was also a buyout. And here we go. Desktop Metal will acquire X1. Oh, 10 seconds. Sorry, yes, the market is going to open in less than 10 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. It snuck up on me. Yeah, let's see what happens today. Now again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Kind of let things try to settle down a little bit. RXC was the one, guys. Doggone it. That was the one instead of BEKE. They were both making all-time lows. Now look at this. Look at, I mean, this is just a disaster. So right now the EVs are getting thumped a little bit here. The EV sector, I mean, after all the hurrah, hoopla, I should say, there's Blink, and this is an earnings play. Okay, so this is an earnings play. I know this is probably, you know, I just got whipped out of the BEKE, but well, you play them any way you want, Brian. I mean, you know, I typically trade them. Doggone it! Well, I didn't know this was going to happen. If I knew it was going to happen, I would have kept it. But anyway, there's the BEKE. I'm not back in it. Unfortunately, I'm not back in it. But you know, if it trades well, it closes well, Brian. It's got room on the daily, and the monthly, and the weekly chart. It'll be up to you if you want to swing it. Okay. More of a mindset, you know. If your mindset is that you don't mind holding things overnight or longer, you know, and it's traded well, you know, closing with a high, no near-term resistance on the daily, monthly, or weekly chart, that'll be up to you to hold it if you want. Yeah, just go into my homepage and go to the options. Go to my homepage and go to the scan section, my homepage, and it's called I think moving higher with unusually strong option volume, something like that. Okay. All right, so what's the market doing? So the market is opening. It was actually positive at the beginning, but now all the indices are down. Dow's down, Nas is down, SPY's down. We're early, of course, but yeah, Open's had a good earnings release, that's for sure. But, you know, this is why I don't like trading in the first 15. I mean, look, it got up to 17.55, got down to, dropped $1. It's right back up again. I get it. I just find things are a little too whippy in the first 15 minutes. Addy, Addy, just one moment, please. All right, Ari, guys, probably an earnings play. Yes, it is. Ari is an earnings play. Really didn't do much in the pre-market, but now that the market's open, it's starting to move. Root on the way down, another earnings play. Another earnings play, and this is the theme, guys. A lot of these smaller companies releasing earnings, excuse me, making lifetime lows. I mean, these are lifetime lows. Disaster. Look at this. I mean, here it was. IPO last October and just almost straight down on that monthly chart. Just absolute disasters for these IPOs. I'm not saying every one of them has been a disaster, but see, a lot of them look just like this. And another one moving down, GRWG. Mentioned this one just as the market as I was opening the room. Another earnings play, GRWG, gapping down on earnings. XO1 is a buyout. X1 is a buyout, yes. All right, little move here for PBTS, guys. PBTS, big move actually. Look at the volume that came in. I can't remember what the float is. Yeah, 40 million, not crazy, but look at the volume that came in. 10 million right here on that opening candle. And of course, we still have only 6 minutes into the market, so this is going to trade the float easily today. Look at this. I mean, 40 million in the float. It's traded half the float already. It's going to trade the float easily today. Oh, this is going to drive me crazy all day. I know this is going to probably keep going down. I'm not in it anymore, but I'll have to keep putting these price alerts in. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, not yet. I think I know what you're talking about, S. Ross. Not yet. No, you cannot. I think I know what you mean. You want the charts in the channel to be just dedicated to that, but they're open. But the symbols are opening up on your layout channel or charts also. Yeah, not yet. I know that's been looked at. For me, it's not a big. I really haven't minded that it happens. Look at PBTS, guys. Now it's coming into the 200-day moving average. 235 is the 200-day moving average, and we have, this one's been been halted several times now over the last little while. ACY just got halted. Here's another one on the way down, guys. MYPS, gapping down. Probably an earnings play. Yep, another earnings play. And guess what? Here's the theme, boy. These small ones releasing earnings, all-time lows. And this is going to get... I thought it was going to get Hyatt. I thought it was going to get halted. Wow, this one, GOCO, multiple downgrades, another lifetime low, earnings play. PBTS is not halted as far as I know. At least it's not showing up. Let me make sure. I don't think it's not showing up on my halts anyway. So the answer is no. No, it's trading. Well, man, GRWG straight down on earnings. This used to be the little star of the cannabis. Look at what it was doing when the rest of the sector was flat or moving down. This one kept moving higher and higher and higher, got all the way up to $67 about 6 months ago, and since then, of course, OCX. Yes, I do see OCX is popping up on one of my. Whew, look at this relative volume, 143 times normal up to this point of the day. OCX actually is showing up as a short on the AI, sort of a topping. And by the way, good morning, Real. Boy, GRWG guys, I mean, this has just been straight down from the open. Well, I mean, look at PBTS. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen here. It's going to easily trade the float. I didn't see, oh, that's right. It's a big deal. It's expanding its blockchain business. So it's a crypto play, even though crypto is getting a bit thumped today. Let's take a look at GBTC and what's happening with it. Wow. Well, this is one, you know what? This could be one of those bounce candidates, okay, that maybe does the cross later on. So, stick it on a 5-minute chart. We've seen this happen a few times now this week. These ones that are just getting hammered, but eventually they find a level at the bottom and then watch for the cross. There's another one moving down, MQ moving down. Another earnings play. Not an all-time low, but it's within 27% of an all-time low. All right, well, the AI wanted to short OCX, and it already got out. The target was hit. Doesn't mean if you did take this short, doesn't mean you had to get out of the short. I'm not seeing any more chart lag. I noticed that question than say normal. Okay. Boy, right now, a shorter's paradise, guys. I mean, there's just so many things moving down and continuing down. BLNK being one of them, BLNK. Earnings play, BLNK on the way down. So you look left on that daily chart, the next low looking left is, it's approaching it. I think it's 3120, 3124, so it's at 3185. That's the next low looking left for Blink, BLNK. Another earnings play, guys. And hey, guess what? Lifetime low. FOA. FOA. Lifetime low. Boy, oh boy. Look at this. Another, again, I don't know if this was an earning or a SPAC. In fact, it's, let me see if I can even see it. I don't know if this is was a SPAC before, and this is the symbol, or if it's truly an IPO here. Regardless, straight down. Surfing means if you click on surfing, if you have a top list window, any of your top list windows that you have, it'll take a look at the top 3 of them. Okay, as you have them sorted, okay, and it'll cycle through all of your top list windows. So it'll go through the top 3, and then it'll go to the next top list window, and it'll just keep loading the charts automatically. Nothing for you to do. You just wait, just watch them load. Okay, notice it says earnings play down. See if I can see. So it's now on this one. Now it's gone to the AI. It'll also load the AI if you have the AI. If you have the AI, see how it now gone to GTES. And those are the top 3. Now it'll go to another earnings plays up. So that's what happens, and you can stop it by pause it by going to a chart, and it'll pause. You back off the chart, it'll resume, or if you click on a symbol, it'll stop, or of course this is just a toggle on and off. Okay, so it's kind of cool. You know, at some point you just want to kind of sit back and let the charts load, and you might see something you like and you just pause it, and if you want to trade it, you go ahead and trade it. Oh man, GoCo guys, just crushed. Boy, PBTS, I mean, it is rocking here, even though crypto is not in favor today, but it is rocking. Now, it's getting very close to that 200-day moving average, okay? There it is, 235 right there. Now, let's see if BEKE had that cross. The answer is no. Not quite. LFST, yeah, LFST. I see another It's amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. Another small one, another earnings play, another all-time low. These have all been shortable too at Interactive Brokers. Look at this. I mean, what these massive gap down, 44%. And you know, it's not a crazy low float, 64 million. I mean, it's not high, but it's certainly not low. To be down 44% on earnings. I wonder if there's anything else. CEO leaving, maybe fraud. I don't know. No, it's just earnings, straight earnings. Straight earnings. So remember I was talking in the pre-market how GoCo had multiple downgrades? Look at this. I mean, look at GoCo. I mean, I'm sure if this is from briefing.com where I get my downgrades. I mean, it's not the be all and the end all, but GoCo had multiple downgrades. And, look what happened. I mean, it's an earnings play. I mean, that's why it was downgraded, but it's an earnings play. Lots of opportunity right there, 680, even 650 to get into the short. Running up. I'm getting a running up. So OCX. Okay, so that so there's CNFR. Is this an earnings play? I can't remember anymore. CNFR. Earnings play, yes. Well, guys, if you just took this short right at the top, right at the beginning, GRWG, you are laughing. Look at this. Just, and it's now below that low right there, which was 36.01. Now the next lows, 33.91. Looks like that's on a monthly chart right around there. I mean, this is just, look at this weekly chart. If it takes this area out, I mean, there's no support. FOA on the way down. If you won't short, guys, you're probably sitting on your hands. I mean, I'm not saying there's nothing to go long on, but if you won't short, and if you won't short, you can always practice in the simulator to see how it works. Okay, and then I think maybe you'll finally realize it's not that big a deal. Well, I never hold through earnings, Peter. So, I mean, Pete, so if that's what you're at, I never hold through earnings. So, but I mean, if earnings have been released in the pre-market or after hours yesterday, certainly I'll look at trading it for sure. I just won't hold through earnings. In other words, if I knew a stock was releasing earnings this morning, I would not be taking it yesterday and holding it, hoping that earnings, are going to be good. Well, there's no such thing as when's the best time, Vi. I mean, it depends on your broker. I mean, I don't know how to answer a question like that. I don't know who your broker is, but now the other thing though, also, look at this FOA. Sorry, guys. Wow. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know Questrade. I don't know if Questrade has an easy way to see if you have shorts available. I used to have Questrade. There wasn't an easy way. I used to have to stick in a dummy order, say shorting one share. If the stock was at $5, I would put in an order to say short one share at 25 or 30, some really way above the current price, and it would indicate whether or not there were shorts available immediately. I can't help you otherwise. I mean, the other thing that can happen is you can get nailed by this uptick rule. So you're trying to short GRWG right now, as an example. It doesn't matter who your broker is, because it's down more than 10%. Typically, I mean, normally you just go in at the bid when you want to short something, assuming your broker has shorts available. But when it's down more than 10%, sometimes you won't be able to get a fill at the bid. It has to go back to the ask, then back to the bid. But you may be in a big queue of others wanting to do the same thing. That's why sometimes I will take these shorts in the pre-market, because I can, that uptick rule is not in effect in the pre-market. But I can't comment on Questrade anymore. Haven't had it for about 5 years. Switch to IB. I mean, IB in Canada is fine. I mean, I've been using it for 5 years. That's one of the reasons I switched, for the availability of shorts. Yeah, so I can't comment on Thinkorswim. I mean, I've never had Thinkorswim. So, I mean, I'm fine with the availability of shorts. Every now and then I gripe, there's no shorts available at IB. It doesn't bother me that much. But I can't comment on if IB is better than Thinkorswim. Only somebody who has had Thinkorswim and has maybe gone to IB can tell you. So we have a filter for the 200-day moving average. Okay, so all you have to do is if you right-click on an alert window, click on configure, click on search, type in 200. Okay, here is the 200-day moving average right there. All right, so if you want to see stocks only above, use that percent, add the filter, and put you can put as low a number as you want, 0.001 for stocks that are above. And if you want stocks that are below, minus, say, 0.001 or whatever number you want. Just put a positive number here or a negative number here. So positive number here, the stocks will be above the 200-day. Negative number here, the stocks will be below the 200-day. Okay? Yeah, I can't comment on the charting because I don't use the AI charts or the IB charts really, so it doesn't make any difference to me. So there you go. You've got some answers to your question from people who have had Thinkorswim and have switched to IB. Yeah, you're not going to use IB for their chart. I mean, look, IB on their charts. I don't get too hung up on the mechanics of some of these things, but I mean, yeah, for you guys who really want to have, I guess I've never seen the Thinkorswim charts, to be honest, but I use our charts, so. Man, oh man, this GoCo is just continuing down here, guys, continuing down. Now look at the SPY. SPY taking another header here. Look at this. So it's been straight down since the open. Nothing on the option scanner except on the way down. Let's take a look at FULC. I don't really concentrate too much on my option plays. On the flip version, this is what I'm talking about. So yeah, these are stocks moving higher. Nothing in here yet, but these are stocks moving lower with abnormal option activity. You know, just flip this one with our flip option. Yeah, KNNB, this is one that is actually moving higher, guys. So KNNB, I mean, if you're bound and determined only to take a look at stocks moving higher, KNNB is moving higher. I don't know why. It's an equity offering upsized. Announces the upsize and pricing. And the pricing is, wow, so shareholders are happy, actually. It's at $20.75. And they're raising about $170 million, it looks like. So shareholders are not upset with that. Right now, anyway. And this is XBio, guys. Well, KNNB keeps making new highs here. KNNB keeps making new highs. A lot of action today. So today's Thursday. Tomorrow is the last day, unfortunately, of super earnings week. You know, next week is going to be a lot quieter, in my opinion. Only have about 140 companies releasing earnings. Now, not everything moving is an earnings play, but you know, a lot of the things that are moving are definitely earnings plays. Like LFST. Look at it, straight down, all-time low. I mean, at one point, this was the all-time low up here, around $21. It's down $11. Oh, my goodness. Didn't really see this one. Not sure why in the pre-market. Okay, sorry, I know somebody was talking about NAOV. I didn't get around to it. Nanovibronics. What do you do? Not an earnings play. Here's another one. I wonder if this is an earnings play. LSF. Sure, why not? Another earnings play. And guess what? Look at this one. Another one, guys. LSF. Laird Superfood. Another earnings play and another all-time low. How amazing is this? Okay, I wonder if this is an earnings play. STEM. Yep, another earnings play, guys. Not an all-time low, 35% above, but you know, not good. I mean, there's the all-time low down here, around 15 something. Man. Oh, LFST, wow. Congrats to anybody who held on to that short all for the, or where you got it. If you got it, you know, pre-market right around here even. Definitely the short of the day. It's funny you say that, River, about customer service. Everybody rails against the customer service at IB, Interactive Brokers. I've had to phone them once in the first week in the 5 years I've had them, and that's it. So I have found that this is bar none the most stable platform I've had for trading. You know, and I'm in Canada, so I've had a couple of the Canadian brokers, and but Interactive Brokers is virtually, maybe once I've been booted off the platform, maybe once in 5 years. So no, you get what you pay for. Ital Trader, did you see the message this morning about their charts? I do have one chart open. I will admit, I do have one IB chart open. I haven't seen any problems with them. They said something about technical difficulties when I loaded the platform this morning. I haven't seen anything. That's the first message I've had like that in 5 years also. Right on, Zach. What is that? High commissions? I mean, half a cent a share. So if you think that's high, it's not free, but again, you get what you pay for. You might get better fills at IB, so that half a cent a share is irrelevant. And as far as level, I don't know. I don't even know what I pay. I think you can get like a data plan that you need for, I don't know, $10, $15 a month. I really don't know what I'm paying. Okay, but it's not exorbitant. But again, you get what you pay for. The only reason I didn't have IB before, because it was available in Canada, you know, it's been available in Canada for a long time, is that our linking, I'm not talking about Brokerage Plus, just our normal linking was almost impossible. You know, you click on it, it was just almost impossible to establish a link. So that's what held. And then once we were able to establish the link with no issue, I haven't looked back. Exactly. TOS is not the greatest. Though, I mean, you've got to run in, I think you've got to run in administration mode or whatever, both. But you're right, it is not the easiest. Oh, I thought it was just a statement, River. If you're interested, then you have to watch the video, okay? Watch the link I'm giving you. A couple of videos. The first one shows you how you connect to IB. The second one, the longer one, is more detailed, more the advanced features of using Brokerage Plus, both in the simulator or if you're attached to your IB account. FOA, guys, I mean, my goodness. FOA is DOA. Wow. I don't know. Level 2? No. I think, I mean, listen. This is how I always say it. If you use level 2, and I know Zach uses level 2, and some people find it to their advantage, and if you can find an advantage using it, fantastic. I just find there are too many games, bids and asks get, yanked in, out, in, out. There are too many games played, in my opinion, so I don't even worry about it. But if a person can use level 2 to their advantage, great. So that's my way of saying, it's not a recommendation to use level 2 or not to use level 2. You like that one, PJ? Wow, what a morning, guys. What a morning. Enjoy it while we can. We've have lots of activity. I haven't looked at anything from my watch list. We've got nothing from my option scanner. I've just been really watching the earnings plays, the smaller earnings plays that are just being thumped. Now, it's funny, BEKE, which was my the one I was really, I took this one in the pre-market, got out of it. Did it do the cross yet? It looks like it's trying to do that cross, but there's the cross right there on the 2-minute chart, 1705. You see what I mean? There it is on the 2-minute chart, crossed. Now, real, you were gone. We were talking. We got into crosses in a big way in the afternoon. Now, I know you've talked about the cross is more powerful. Now, do both moving averages have to be moving, say the 20 SMA have to be moving down and the 8 EMA have to be moving up? Because right now, I see the 8 EMA is moving higher, but the 20 SMA is kind of flat. Okay? Yeah. So this is on the 2-minute chart. Okay? Now, you may not have a cross, of course, because this is using real-time, or probably our real-time pre-market data. But this is just, really what I'm trying to do is just the theory behind it. So the 20 SMA, because it's flat, that's what I was thinking. What you want then is the 20, this is what you'd want. Let me draw it. So you'd want the 20 SMA to moving down and the 8 EMA to be moving up. That would be the ideal, right? As opposed to just a minute. As opposed to, see, the 8 EMA moving down, but the 20 SMA is kind of flat like that. Or vice versa. But what you're saying is the consolidation right here is kind of killing it. My goodness, where is FOA going? I mean, can it take out 5? What's the float on this one? Yeah, so it's a fairly low float. So if you've shorted this one, there's no, right now anyway, there's no reason to get out, depending where you, of course, you got it. Hopefully you got it up in this area. So Jesse, when you say, am I connected, what do you mean by that exactly? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, let's take a look at open. There, yes. So that's what, yeah, I mean, that is that's a moving down. They're both. Okay, that's a heck of a cross. Yeah, 1693 on the 2-minute chart. Yes. We talked about this yesterday, Real. In fact, for people who are new, it can be overwhelming. I mean, I've got a ton of alerts happening here. We talked about maybe creating a basket of stocks, maybe up to 10, the ones that are high relative volume, and just sticking them, say, on a 5-minute chart and just watching for crosses all day. Either up or down. We saw so many yesterday. So, get the focus on just a low number of stocks. I don't think so, Nab. First of all, I mean, I'm not sure these are even recorded anymore. It's possible they are. I don't really know. I know a while back they stopped because it's 7 hours long or 6 hours long. Oh, I'm sorry. If you're talking about in the trading room here, no. I don't think there's any way to take a look at yesterday's history, no. I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about in our YouTube. That does get recorded, I believe, but again, it's 6 hours long. So, again, this is full credit to Real because he turned us on to this whole idea, the notion of crossing. How many years ago now, Real? Is it 2 years ago, 3 years ago? Last year? I can't really remember anymore. But anyway, I'm going to bring out a big chart. Just so I can show you a little more clearly. And so let's take a look at open. Well, you can even look at it here. I mean, this is what I love, Real. Look at that rising 20 SMA and the EMA falling. Okay, so here's the theory. Okay, so you see that blue line, that is the 20 SMA. That orange line is the 8 EMA. So the theory is that if the 8 EMA crosses down below the 20 SMA, that can set up a short opportunity. Obviously, in this particular case, it did. You can see the cross was at around 16.95, and it got down to almost $1 below, as an example. Okay, and it doesn't matter what time frame. The higher the time frame, probably the more the confirmation. But on a lower time frame, the cross may have appeared. I'm not necessarily for this one, but the cross may have appeared higher, so you're giving up some, but you know, the higher the time frame, the better the confirmation, but you might be giving up some. You'll have to ask Real. I mean, he's the one I know out there is 9, but he uses 8, so I use 8. And of course, the reverse is true. If the 8 EMA crosses above the 20 SMA, that can set up a long opportunity. Well, here's how you can start anticipating it. You know, if you load a chart and you happen to see the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA getting close, you can kind of, which is what I was doing yesterday, you can kind of put a price alert where if it crosses, where the approximate cross would be. I mean, listen, you don't have to nobody has to get so hung up that if the cross was at 1693 and you didn't see it at 1693 and it's at 1678 even, you know, it's not the end of the world, okay? So you can almost kind of anticipate a cross if it happens by just putting a price alert in. Well, in my opinion, I think the ideal crossover probably is when you've got like it really moving, one really moving down and the other really moving up, as opposed to like the one moving down crossing one that is more flat. That's probably is the most ideal. Doesn't mean that it won't work. But again, I am certainly not the expert in this. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. 20 SMA, 8 EMA. 20 SMA, 8 EMA. And you know, you'll see crosses all day long on the ones that are like, you know, trading very actively. You'll see them typically all day long, both on the upside and the downside. So that's why I was saying, you know, if you create a basket of stocks that are really trading at, you know, high relative volume, you know, decent volume overall also, and just stare at those. Maybe pick 10 of them, put them on 5-minute charts, and just stare at them all day long to get used to the concept of seeing where the crosses are, seeing how they work. Are they all going to work like this? Of course not. If they all work like this, I wouldn't be doing this. Now, it may have been consolidation real, but that, just to poke a little fun at you, but that BEKE cross on the 2-minute did work. I know it was out of consolidation, but it's amazing. And here's the thing too, you can easily, you know where your stop is. I mean, it's really, really simple. You know, if you're in a 2-minute, if you're looking at a 2-minute chart, I would just put it at the bottom of the 2-minute candle. If you're looking at a 5-minute, I just put it at the bottom of the 5-minute candle where the cross happened. Okay? Okay, well, you want to find stocks that are like active, okay? So what I would do is I would always start off with something with a high relative volume. I would say probably minimum of 3 or 4, okay? High relative volume. So you can add that as your first filter, and then, put decent volume in, maybe at least 500,000 shares. You might then create a price range. And then, so at least when you're staring at these charts, you're not staring at something that is just snoozing on you all day. Okay? AEMA, exponential. Yes. Unfortunately, we cannot scan for the crosses. No. Yeah, so like for instance, yesterday, I had one, it was Halliburton, okay? And Halliburton yesterday, I don't know, yeah, it had basically the same relative volume. Did it move? It moved a little bit, but, I looked at that and said, you know what? I mean, it may work, but why stare at something that might just snooze on you all day? Now, in this particular case, it's moving, but, if you're going to only take a look at about 10 stocks all day long and get the discipline to do that, then, find the stocks that are at least, active for the day. You can create a top list, or again, just maybe take 5 charts and watch them, just to get used to it. Guys, it's almost 10:30 now. I'm a little bit late, so first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. There's no formula, no. I don't know what you mean by formula, though, but no, there's no... Okay, you have the standard version, and I was thinking of upgrading. Can I pay the difference? Do I have to pay the full price for premium? Well, you have to pay the price, of course, but you'll pay the difference. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. So, I mean, it's $188, I think, or $118 monthly for standard, and it's $228, so you would... So, I mean, if you want to upgrade, I mean, you can just contact our account people. I'll give you somebody you can contact and ask them to upgrade your account. They'll figure out how much you'd have to pay for the balance of the month, I guess, if that's your question. Excuse me. Well, that went down the wrong way. Just a minute. All right, so we have an alert, but it is volume dependent, okay? It's a controversy. So we do have the VWAP crossing, okay? But it's not going to, you can try it and see what sort of alerts you're getting, okay? Now, if it's 0.01%, I mean, it's not, it just, try this one. This is the alert, but sometimes you're going to see that it might be a little bit late because it has a volume component in it. So that what we were trying to do earlier on is, a stock can go up and down through the VWAP many times. Okay, so we put a volume component in it. It's controversial. But that's the only way you can do it. You can't say, okay, cross the VWAP by a certain percent. If you want to see stocks that are above the VWAP, you use the filter. But if you want to see the cross as an alert, you just use this one, okay? Yes, it is possible to reduce the font size. Well, look at BEKE. Well, there was a cross in action, guys. I know it was sort of out of consolidation, as Real was pointing out. So a lot of times, you won't get a move like this. But look at this. There was the cross at $2. Sorry, $2 on the 2 minute, around 17, and it has moved higher here. Wow. Okay, let me answer Delta Mike's question. Yeah, so if you go to tools, and yes, Misa, I will share it. If you go to tools and then options, and then general, and there's your font size, okay? So you can pick the font and you can pick the size. And then once you do that, now it will affect everything, all right? You can't say, okay, I just want this one, or I just want this one. It's going to affect your entire layout, just so you know, all right? Okay, so Misa's question was this. So yesterday what I did was, I said, if you want my indicators, okay, instead of having to go into a chart and adding the indicators yourself, the EMA and the SMA and etc., if you want the indicators that I'm using, including my volume down here, I've got the Bollinger Bands. These are the brown lines here, are the Bollinger Bands. The blue line is the 20 SMA, and that orange line, I know it's hard to see, but what I can do is, I'll load from cloud. I think now I don't have to keep doing it. There we are. Okay, so there's my 2-minute chart. Okay, so what you do, and so when you load that link, I'll put this in the YouTube room too in case anybody wants it. Okay, so once you've got the chart, so let's pretend this is my 2-minute chart that you've got. Interesting, we don't have a drop down for 2 minutes. Anyway, here, I'll just do it here. Time frame, 2 minute. Okay, so imagine this was the 2-minute chart with all the indicators, etc. Okay, now all you do, because you want different time frames, more than likely, you want maybe a 5 and a 15 or 30, whatever you want. All you have to do is right click and duplicate the chart. Okay, and then right click, time frame. Now change it to the time frame you want. So now you've got a 2, now you've got a 5 with all the indicators. You want a 15, duplicate it again. Time frame 15. So now you've got 3 charts with all the indicators. Remember, the indicators are good for all the charts. The 2-minute will show you it first. It may not confirm though. So you might want to wait for the 5. You'll, right there was a cross right there for GBTC, right? 37.25. There was the cross there at 37.15. So, it's a little bit later, but it's not much later. Sometimes, though, it could be a lot later if the stock is really moving. And you can see right here in the 15, it didn't cross. Okay, so I think it's a good way, really, for look at that. What are you talking about out of consolidation, Ray? Look at that move on that 2-minute cross. And I'm kidding you. Of course, I'm just kidding you. All right, well, I'm really late in the whole explanation of everything that you're seeing here. All right, so again, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. Now, we're having what we call a test drive. You can still sign up for the test drive if you want. I'm going to put the test drive link in here. So the link I put in, when you click on the test drive, August 2021 link, this is what you're going to see. So please listen carefully. You will not get 2 weeks. It will still cost $11.11. If you sign up right now, you'll get the balance of today plus 6 trading days, tomorrow and next week, okay? It ends on the 20th, so please, I don't want anybody to be misled when you see this, 11/11 for 2 weeks, okay? It ends on the 20th. Now, the 2 weeks was starting on Monday, and that's so it cannot be extended, okay? So, you can still sign up for it if you think $11.11 is worthwhile. It's a little less than $2 a day. Then go for it. Okay, once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. Now, what is a test drive? You'll have access to our full premium service. So you can try us out. When it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription. You don't have to unsubscribe from the test drive. When it's over, okay? When the test drive is over, there'll be a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription. Those of you who are taking the test drive right now, I absolutely recommend save everything you're doing, any scan you may have created, any layout, if you've got my layouts, if you've taken my scans, save the individual scans to the cloud, save your layouts to the cloud, okay? Why? Because if you do at any point after the test drive is over, you decide you want to take out a subscription, be it next week, next month, next year, 5 years from now, as long as you use the same email that you used for the test drive to sign up, everything will be in the cloud for you. Anything you've done will be in the cloud, so you don't have to recreate anything. Okay? So save everything to the cloud. No excuse for not. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. Okay? No excuse for not doing it. In other words, no excuse for laziness. Okay, just give me one moment, please. Okay, let's take a look at CLOV. Real is talking about a 2-minute on the 2-minute. There we go. You see, now Real. Has it happened for you? Because I can kind of see it looks like around 884. Because I know we use real-time, or I keep saying that, we use pre-market data, but I've noticed that, okay, using pre-market data, you will get the cross maybe a little bit earlier, but we haven't seen like a tremendous deviation. It's not like, I'm seeing a cross right now around 885. Maybe by the time it crosses on your chart, maybe it's going to be 890. It's not like it's going to be, $10. Okay, so I'm sharing a lot of scans and I am sharing a lot of education links. If you go to my home page, I'll put the link in here. Okay, I'm going to give you a video, Maxim. Okay, I'm going to give you a video to take a look at. Hopefully this helps. I gave out this video yesterday, and it seemed to help. Take a look at the video, KH. Okay, I don't know. It'll lock in place. I think what's happening is you're moving it around. You're grabbing it and moving it around. Notice that everything is locked in place in my docked window. Everything. But maybe take a look at the video, okay, that I just popped in here, creating a dock. That might help. If not, what I'm going to do later on is I'll show everybody how to create a docked window from scratch. I just can't do it right now. Just give me a moment here. NAOV, guys, is absolutely screaming higher. I can hear it. Just give me a moment here, guys. Trying to size something. There we go. Okay, so to rename it, just go up into this area. Okay, we're up in the area, the white area, and just right click and change title. Okay, and now you can give it. I recommend that if you're if you do, and this is advanced, guys. Okay, I mean there's no absolute necessity to create docked windows. No absolute necessity. But if you are going to do it, what I would do is I would name them starting with dock or docked or something, because I can search then when I want to do a search and I want to bring back a docked window because I don't have them all up and running. You know, here they are. Okay, so I would start every docked window that you create with either dock or docked or something like that, because then you can bring up the search. When you search, I can see them all. I don't know. I've never tried. I don't know why I would want to, but I don't know. Duplicate here? Maybe. I don't know why I would want to duplicate a docked window, but okay, the lower one. Okay, let me just gotta find it. Look at GoCo. Wow. Oh. All right, lower. Which one is the lower? There you are. Main monitor lower. That would be the last one. Share it. Copy all. Okay, that should be it. All right, let me go. I have to show you guys my home page. So important. So I put the link in. All right, Cage, I'll look at that and just let me run through this on my home page, okay? So if you click on my home page link, this is what you're going to see. First of all, if you want to take out a subscription right now, there is a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This is how much Trade Ideas costs. Okay, so we've got 4 plans, an annual, monthly for premium and standard. Annual premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. I'll go over the AI in a bit. There's only one really was good. The rest of them kind of blah, but anyway. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to go on an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's fine. Standard, premium, $118, $228. You can apply the 15% discount to the first month only, all right? Please listen carefully, the first month only. If you maintain a standard subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. More information from my homepage. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That's free. course, I do a stock of the day video at around noon Eastern, free. Now, obviously, you have to have a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here are all my scans that I'm sharing. This is an example of the layout. It's not quite the layout you see, but it's very close. So if you want my layout, here it is. All the other scans that I am sharing here. You may not want my layout. You might have a layout already, but you might want to take a look at the individual scans. Education. So here, this is a very quick introduction, the 20 lessons. Okay, what is a top list? Building a top list, alert windows, creating alert windows. So take the time, okay? Take the time to take a look at this. Don't look at this and, well, I don't know what a top list window is. I don't know how to create one, or how do I create an alert window? Take the time to do this. How do I create a price alert? Take the time. There's Brokerage Plus, Introduction to Brokerage Plus, Introduction to the AI, okay? Take the time to do it. I know I sound like I'm nagging, but we get so many people that they want to be spoon-fed everything. I'm sorry for saying it like that. And we direct them to the lessons and the videos, and they say, I don't have time to do that. Well, then you don't have time to learn the program, and how do you expect to become a trader? I hate to be blunt like that, but that's reality. Daily support sessions. Let's see, today is Thursday, so I believe it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room. He'll take over for me between 12 and 1. I'll pop the link in before I do take my break. Daily webinars, so they are canceled for these 2 weeks. They'll start again Monday to Thursday. They'll start again after the 20th, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Here's the educational video section. Watch the videos. Starting trade ideas from scratch, okay? And there are some videos on the AI. Okay, so there's a lot of educational videos right here. Now, if you're new to trading, back to basics. Watch the videos. This is as basic as you're going to get. It starts off with what is a stock, okay? They're very short videos. There are 36 of them, but if you're new to trading, take the time. Trading is not easy. Take the time. Yeah, it's not 20 days. I keep saying we've got to change that. It's not going to take 20 days. It was good marketing, okay? 20 lessons in 20 days. We email a lesson out one a day, but it's not. It's certainly not going to take you 20 days. So, save my link. Save my homepage link, because there's a lot of information on those in the education section and my layout and my scan section. So you can save my link, and then you can take a look at that anytime you want. Well, trade ideas, okay. Now I'm going to go into my my spiel about what Trade Ideas is. We're a scanner, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. It's got nothing to do with any broker, the 20 lessons, okay? The 20 lessons are, pertaining specifically to Trade Ideas. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. It doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. No, that's the back to basics. Okay, the one that Michael Noss did, trading with his wife, that's the one that's back to basics. So this is an example of a scanner, basic new highs and lows that I put together. We'll take a quick look. Now, we had an email from somebody yesterday, and I don't know if you're in the room, and the gist was this, is that nobody, if you're new, you don't probably know how to create your own scans. What you really want to do is you want to be handed some scans, and I completely get it. That's why I've got my watch. That's why if you go to my scan section on my homepage, that's why I've created a layout for you that you can take a look at. I've created individual scans. Hopefully I've named them in a way that makes sense. So you don't have to know how to create a scan at the beginning. Okay, we try to spoon feed you as much as we can. I just want to show you though that this is an example of a scan that I've created. You know, and I'm looking in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4, so it's trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum of 400,000 shares, up or down 4%. Okay, so this is how you always start off with a scan, because if I didn't have these filter values in here, and all I said was, well, show me stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, of course I'd be inundated with alerts. So that's why you always have to have filters in to reduce the number of stocks down to a manageable number. So in this particular scan, if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. These are ones making new highs. These are ones making new lows. Okay? Now, the other good thing is that you don't have to know how to, you have to learn a programming language. If I right-click on any alert window or top list window, well, an alert window, I'm going to see all the alerts and filters that you have that are available. Okay? You don't have to go over them all. You don't have to learn them all. I use probably 0.5% of them. Okay? These are all the alerts, and here are all the filters. When you get to these icons, these are the filter icons. Again, we've created a lot because there are all sorts of different trading styles. So we tried to create enough alerts and filters that for absolute majority of our customers, you know, once they get used to trade ideas and they want to maybe create their own scan, you know, they usually can find the combination of alerts and filters to create the scan they're looking for. But again, at the beginning, you don't have to know how to create a scan. You can take mine, and also you can go new. And now if you're using our latest beta, which I recommend, you go to the dock channel bar, and you can see here are themed channels that we've created for you. These are all layouts, and they all have scans in them. So again, you don't have to learn how to create a scan at the beginning. Now, why I recommend that you use our latest beta that's on our website is because then when you go and use the new docked channel bar, in the past, when you wanted to click on something from our channel, let's click on the momentum channel, what would happen is that your layout would disappear. It would be replaced by the layout in the channel bar. Okay? So consequently, people would maybe take a look at our channels once in a while, but it was a real pain because the minute they clicked on our channel, their layout would disappear. Now, you know, you would have saved your layout before, so you could always bring it back, but it was just a bit of a pain. Now, look what happens. You know, here's my layout. You can see it underneath, and I can scan through different channels, and I don't have to worry about my layout disappearing. So, this is what, again, if you're going to use the dock channel bar, if you look at this one called Momo, again, this is, so you don't have to know how this was created. But, you know, it might be a good idea to right-click, configure, and click on Summary just to see what the filters are. Okay? This is what this scan is looking for. Take the time to learn all this stuff. You know, I mean, this is basic stuff. Right-click, you know, right-click, configure, Summary. Tells you English language what this is looking for. So, you know, it's looking for stocks between 1 and 50, current volume's 3, etc., etc., okay? Now, if you thought, yeah, okay, I don't mind the scan as it is, but it's very simple to change things. You know, you want to change something to a different price range. Let me back that up again, cancel. So if I wanted to, you just left click on the icon, just click on the icon, left click on it, and here are the values. So if I wanted to change that to 10 and 60 or 50, you know, you can do it. If I wanted to change the volume, I could do it. But at the beginning, if you don't want to change anything, that's fine. But let's just make the change. You see how now it is changed? I say okay. So now I've taken this and I've customized it to maybe a price range I want. Maybe I've changed the volume. And now what I can do is I can save this to the cloud, and then I can go into each individual channels and extract windows that I might scans that I might like to add as part of my layout. See, you haven't had to know how to create the layout in the first place, or sorry, the scan in the first place. So how do you save this to the cloud? Well, if you're using our beta that has the docking and all, then you right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. Okay, and there it is. And now you save it to the cloud. Save or share to cloud, okay? And now it'll be in the cloud. I'm not going to do it because I've done it several times. It's there. And I'll show you how you bring it back from the cloud. And if you're not on the beta, then you would just literally, you would see this and you would just right click and you would save or share to cloud. You don't have to go through this step of duplicating it into a free floating window. Okay, now I don't think this is as complicated. So understand what I'm doing. All I'm doing is I'm just going to different channels. I see something I might like. The action is heating up right now. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Again, just duplicate it into a free floating window. Now, just give me a moment, please. When you have multiple monitors, sometimes they disappear. There we go. There it is. Okay. So I can now do the same thing, save it to the cloud. Okay. So you see the concept. Just go through the different channels. If you see a window that looks interesting, you don't have to, we've created it for you. So let's say you've done all that. Now, if you don't have a layout up and running, if all you have is a blank screen, you just have the toolbar on top, just File, Load from Cloud. You know, I can search for Momo. I know it's there somewhere. There it is. I've done it multiple times. You right click on it or left click on it, highlight it, and load it. Okay, and then you can go to the action is heating up or anything else you've extracted, and now you've basically able to create a layout of your own, things you want to watch, without having to know how to have created this scan in the first place. Okay? Well, if you're talking about auto trading, Azelgard, I mean, if that's what you're talking about, auto trading, okay? Because that's the only way. Because obviously, when you get it, we don't think you should auto trade. But I mean, if you're bound and determined to do it, then all you have to do. Just a minute. I haven't got to the AI at all yet, but sorry. So, strategies. If you click on the strategies, filter. Okay, all you have to do is check all long strategies, okay? And then you just see the long strategies. Okay, so this is the window you use. Click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that'll show up. Don't worry about this. I've docked this into these other two. And then just go to the filter and check all long strategies. And then you'll just see the long strategies, okay? Now let's talk a little bit about the AI. This is what the AI looks like. You know, there's one obviously awesome one if you kept in it. You know, a short of OCX. It's down to 465, up 11, almost 12%. But you know, the rest of them are so far, but they can always turn around. Okay, I use it like a watch list. You know, I wish I'd seen this one when it happened. Because this is the sort of one that I like in terms of I like the ones under 20. How you trade the AI will be up to you. Okay, but how to look at it? Click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that'll show up. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. Okay, I see the first alert was at 9:36. Doesn't mean you'll get one, you know, this early. Sometimes there are days where nothing happens till 10:30. But if you incorporate this window as part of your layout, then tomorrow when you load trade ideas before the market opens, it'll be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You have a stop. How you manage the trades will be up to you. I don't know. I don't think so, but let's see. I don't know. I've never thought of it like that. Nope. This is just the long strategies. So this is just because I just saw how that like that number changed. It's minus 8.53 right now. Now it's minus 3.46. Okay, so no. It'll just look at the long strategies. I wouldn't pay any attention to this. I'll be honest. You know, because it's just, I know it sounds, we're revamping the AI, guys. I mean, we're revamping it in a big way. You're getting rid of the concept of having 3 different AI segments, Holly segments. Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, Holly Neo. We're getting rid of all that. All right, now let's talk a little bit about this window we see here called Brokerage Plus. And then I have a question for me. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about this B Plus window, this Brokerage Plus window that you see here. This is only available if you're using our downloadable application. Okay, if you're using our web-based version, it's not available. I'm going to pop a link in here. The link has 2 videos. All right, so the link has 2 videos, okay? The Brokerage Plus link has 2 videos. The first video shows if you happen to have an IB, Interactive Brokers account, and I guess E-Trade, I don't know if it's still kind of buggy, but you know, we do connect to E-Trade also. How you can then use this window right here that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your account, okay? You have to watch that first video. It shows you how you connect to either your IB or Interactive Brokers account. You click on Live, and then you can use this window to actually trade from within Trade Ideas. You still need an account, a brokerage account. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. All it means is you can't use this window called Brokerage Plus. That's all it means. Now, it's not the be-all and the end-all. It's a nice feature, but it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Okay? The reason I repeat that is because we get the email all the time. I don't have an IB account. Does that mean I can't use Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. It's just a feature we have. Now, the other huge reason to use this, though, is as a simulator. If you are new to trading, please practice trading. Okay? It uses our real-time data. So before you commit money to the market, practice, practice, practice. Again, it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Really simple to use. You just click on an alert. See how the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price. Most of you, if you're new, you're going to click on the buy button. If you want to practice shorting to see how it works, you just click the sell button. Let's take a look at ATCX, but I just want to show you how you can use in the simulator. Okay, maybe, yeah, I mean, there's the, you're talking on the cross down, yes, the cross down. Oh, you mean on the cross up? No, no, I did not. Real talked me out of it. He said it was in consolidation, so he told me not to take it. I took it on the short in the pre-market. Okay. Okay. How I like to demonstrate this first, though, is to show how you can, take a stock on a bit of a pullback if that's what you want to do. So you wanted to take Palantir, PLTR, but you don't want to take it right now. If it pulled back down to say 25.11, you want to take the trade. So this is how you do it. I'm going to take 300 shares. I'm going to put, what did I say, 25.09. So I'm going to take the trade at 25.09 if it pulls back to 25.09. That's how simple it is to do, guys. Practice before you commit money to the market. Click the buy button and a blue line will appear on the chart. See, there's a blue line right up there. It is. Okay, there's a blue line that appears on the chart. And so if it gets down to 25.09, it'll take the trade. That's a conditional buy. Now, if you don't want to, for some reason you change your mind, of course you can just go into the order section and right click and cancel it. Okay, so that's doing something on a pullback. But let's take the trade right now. Let's just take the trade. So I'm going to cancel that order. I'm going to pull back. I'm going to cancel it. Blue line will disappear. Blue line will disappear. Okay. So let's just take the trade right now. I'm going to go in and I am going to take, let's see what I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. 500 shares, I'm going to buy at the market because the spread, let me get rid of these things. Spread's only a penny, so that's okay. There it is. So I took 500 shares at 25.70. I'm going to put a stop at 25.20, or sorry, 25.50. I'm going to show you why I'm doing it at 25.50. This is for demonstration purposes only. Okay, let me answer somebody here. Shad Music, to get an audible alert, you right click on an alert window, okay? And properties, actions, check the play sound, set up the sound. You can have one window, text to speech, if you want. You don't have to use text to speech. And I say one because the whole concept of our audible alerts is that you put a different audible alert on the different windows. So when you hear the alert, you know exactly which window to look at. So you don't want to have them all text to speech. You don't have to use text to speech, of course. If you just want to use a custom sound, click on that, select. And these are 3 folders. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. You can highlight one of them, open it, play it, If you like it, you say okay a couple of times, and then it is attached to the window. Okay? Well, I've had no issues with River. I've had no issues with IV, okay, for 5 years. So that's all I can say. Okay. If I thought I had a problem with IB, with filling orders and things like that, I would have switched. But I've had it for 5 years. It's never been an issue for me. Okay, so I put a 20-cent stop on this. Now, again, if you're new to trading, and I may get stopped out almost immediately, you know, my stop's at 25.50, it's at 25.63, but I'm going to talk quickly. So when you get into trading, you know, in my opinion anyway, you have to have a price to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. That's what we call the stop. If you're new to trading, that's what we call the stop. Not every trade's going to work, so you should have a price, in my opinion anyway, to get out of the trade if it's not working. So again, if you're new to trading, you might be sitting there saying, well, how do I know where to put my stop? Well, that's where the practice is going to come in, okay? You know, I like to look at a chart. I visualize it where I think a stop should be. I visualize it based on what I think is maybe a good support area. Lots of action at a certain price for a while. So if it broke down through that, I probably should be out of the trade. Okay, now I'm just using this as a demonstration. And I put a 20-cent stop, and I'll explain why I did that. So there's the first concept, okay? Placing your stop, or knowing when to place or where to place your stop. It's only going to come with practice. Some people will use a moving average. You know, they'll say if it crosses that average, that's where I should be out, and that's fine. You know, whatever you get accustomed to or feel confident in, only going to come with practice. So that's the first thing. The second thing is knowing where you get into a stock. And of course, now, if you do have a stop, that will share size you, okay? When you start trading, if you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. In this case, in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade in the simulator. And I just got taken out, okay? Now, notice that? I just got taken out for a $100 loss. I put my stop in, and and that share sized me. Why did I take 500 shares in that particular case? Because if I divided, remember my stop was 20 cents away from my entry. My entry was 25.70, my stop price was 25.50, that's 20 cents. If you divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares. So knowing, obviously you know where you're getting into the stock, you just subtract the difference between that and where your stop is, and you divide that into how much you're going to risk on the trade. In this case, it was $100. Okay? And the other thing is, I wouldn't vary how much you're going to risk per trade by very much. I mean, sometimes, you know, I'm trying to, in this particular case, make it $100, but I don't want to, okay, I'm out $100 in the simulator the first trade. So what I don't want to get into the habit of doing is saying, well, man, I better risk $200 the next trade so I can make up the 100 I lost, and then when I win that next trade, I'll be up 100. So you lose, now you're down 300, okay, and on and on and on. So, you know, here's the other concept though, is obeying your stop. Sometimes it's really difficult when you start trading to obey your stop. You know, you get into a trade and you're all excited about it, you've heard good things, it had earnings, everything looks rosy, and whoops, it starts working against you. And so you start second guessing where you place your stop. You start moving, you know, I was going to demonstrate here, but I already got stopped out. You start moving your stop down, so that manageable $100 loss turns into $200, $300, $400, $500. And then finally you exit. Okay, so really important to, you know, try to maintain the discipline to obey your stop. It's difficult. It's very, very difficult at the beginning. You know, I did it. I would second guess myself all the time. Now, one other thing, these are hotkeys, so let's just take another trade. Wow, look at that. That BEKE, man. What a great river. Now, even here, look at this. Even here, if you had waited, this is a classic, guys. This is absolutely classic. Now, here it's harder to see the cross. You know, the 5-minute crossing above the 20. But look at this. This is really evident. So this is, you know, more confirmation. Even if you had waited for a 15-minute cross on this one, look at this. 17.94, 19. I mean, it's like over $1. Okay. Yeah, I mean, a 3K account, I mean, it depends if you have another job and you're just doing it on as a sideline. I mean, you can, but it's going to be hard. What do you mean that 15-minute cross is not correct? I mean, it's taking into account pre-market data, so if you're not seeing that cross because you're not, you know, so be it. Well, I don't know what you mean. I mean, I'm just eyeballing it. It looks like it's at 1796. Okay, I still don't know what you mean, Vicky. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just after the fact. I don't know if I've been staring at this. I mean, I'm sure I would have seen it. We do have 3-minute charts, yes. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, I'd have to pay more attention then. I think I see what you mean. By the way, what are you doing here? I thought you were all about futures and e-minis and all. I mean, I'd love to have you here, but I thought you were just dedicated to that, not trading stocks anymore. Last time we looked, that's what you were doing, and trying to convince Real to do the same thing. Okay, now there is a cross also. There is a cross for Sesson, and I know it appeared on my options scanner. Now, what sort of room does it have? Take a look left. I mean, okay, on the weekly chart, I mean, it's got a shot to get to the 480 level. I'm not saying it's going to. On the daily chart, though, the next high is, 471. Or is that right? No, you see, it's got some little areas. I mean, right here, it could stall. I'd rather all this were below. I mean, it could stall, but you know that is a cross right there on the 2-minute chart. Now you can also use this B plus window for swing trading. If I don't get out of a trade and I just keep it, then I don't exit at the end of the day, then you can use this as a swing trading module also. Practice swing trading. These are hotkeys, so if you're in a trade and you want to get out, you just flatten it, highlight it, flatten it. Let's get into a trade. I want to... let's just take the SES and trade, okay? I just want to take it. Buy it right at the market. There's only a 1-cent spread, so that's fine. Because I just want to show you how this works. I'm going to put, again, I'll put the stop at 228, just 20 cents away. I'm not trying to say that every stop is, oops, not 228, but 428. Every stop is 20 cents. It's just that I was just trying to make the math easy. Okay, so there it is. So, I mean, it's approximately $100. It's 102, but it's approximately. All right, guys, I think I've caught up to all the questions. There you go. So David in our YouTube room is talking about the differences between, and he's Canadian also, talking about IB, 100% satisfied, quest rate below average satisfied, bad fill, review orders, TD, etc., etc. So he's certainly sold on IB in Canada, as I am. All right, now I'm going to start concentrating on some of these alerts that I've got, and maybe try to spot a cross. KJ, are you still around? Was it you, KJ, that was talking about charts in the dock, and the charts for some reason not you're not able to stop them from floating? I mean, you can see right there. I've got some charts here, and they're obviously not floating around. So maybe I can help. Okay. Okay, well, I don't know why, because there's no magic about putting a chart in a docked window. But if I click on a new chart window, I'm going to open a new chart window. So there's no magic about it because now I've got a chart, and now I just right click and I duplicate it into wherever dock I want. And once it's there, it's not going to float around. I mean, what I'll do is I will create something from scratch. You must be moving it somehow because let's do one from scratch. Okay, so I mean, I really recommend people watch the video also, but I will do one from scratch. I'll create a docked window from scratch, okay? Yeah, that's what you do. You just duplicate it into the dock window. You just right click, duplicate into, pick the dock window that you want it to go to. It will not float around, but I'll do one. So let's, so I just put the create a dock, I put that in there. I think, it's a video that was done. Yeah, so Dumplin, I can't help you there. You're going to have to send your log files, okay, to our support. And they'll look at the files. I can't help you there. So how to do that is click on help and send files to support, okay? And then they can look at your log files and maybe they can figure out what went on. I just absolutely cannot help you. So just give me a moment, please. I've got to change my headset. Just give me a second. You're right, no sound. Okay, so if you right click on a chart, there are only two options. Go to properties. Symbol linking is checked or it's unchecked. So for these time frames, they're all checked because that's what I want. I want, when I click on a symbol, I want these time frames to have that symbol in. For the SPY, it's unchecked. It's all option contracts, Hamptons. All. Now, if you want, you can just, if you just want to have... I don't know if that'll work, though. But it's all. I'm using all option contracts. Okay, so... Well, watch what I'm going to do, KH. So maybe you're doing something. I'm going to start from scratch again. I'm going to create a docked window. Okay. I'm going to call it, in your honor, I'm going to call it KH. Oops, but first, of course, we always call it dock, KH. Just so when I search, I can see all my docked windows, okay? So now there it is, dock KH. Now, I'm going to have to bring I'm going to bring a couple of windows back. These are showing up on my other monitor. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put those two plus a chart in this docked window. Yeah, I have so little experience with the web, because we're pushing, we'd rather people, I know the web is there, I don't use it at all. You're probably right. Because the problem is that, there's a 5 chart maximum with the web. Anyway, KH, so watch. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to right click and I'm going to duplicate it into .kh. I'm going to take the next one, right click, duplicate into .kh. So now I've got those two, and now I'm going to take the chart and I'm going to duplicate it into .kh. So there's the chart. Now this is not floating around. Now what I can do is I can place it where I want, just by moving this down, and then I can take my chart and maybe move it there. And so I don't know what you're saying, because now when I move, the chart is there. It's not floating around. So I'm not sure how anybody could help you. If you're doing it this way, the chart is not moving around, just like these other windows are not moving around. I can move it up here beside it. I think maybe you're grabbing onto the chart. Okay, you're moving it. To move your dock window all at once, you have to be up in this area right there, that white area. I think you're grabbing it here or something. Well, let's do another one. Another chart. New chart window. Here's my chart. You're right click, duplicate into the dock called KH. So here's another chart. Now I can I grab it. Now it's floating. Yes, it's floating, but now I got to place it. Once I place it, did that wrong, place it. I don't know what to say. These are locked in place. I'm moving it around. I'm not sure what you're doing. Are the other windows locked in place? Well, I don't know what to say. Hard for me to understand. I guess I'll have to send you to tech support. You're able to create the dock window. There's no support number. No, we can't do support over the phone. Something like this over the phone is impossible. So you're able to create the dock window. I mean, I can take this and I can move it out. If this is what you're talking about, I can move it out and now it's floating. Okay, if this is what you're talking about, but I mean, I can just put it back in. Okay. Okay, you're going to have to go to tech support. I don't know how to help you, KH. No clue. Because, I mean, if you're saying you're doing exactly what I'm doing, ooh, you know, just right click. One more time. Okay, you can go to the home page. That'll be a challenge for them. Go to the home page and start a discussion. How about anybody else? I mean, anybody else who has created docked windows? Are they having an issue with doing exactly what I'm doing, and yet they're floating within the dock? I mean, it's almost impossible that that's happening. And you're absolutely doing the right click and you know, selecting that window. Okay. All right. Well, can't help you then. I really can't help you. I have no idea what could be happening. You know what? Why don't you guys go to the latest beta? Maybe that's it. I have no idea. Maybe the latest beta. I mean, I never had a problem with docking with any of the betas, but the latest beta on the website. Okay, so it is 5.5.22. That's what you're on. 5.5.22. Yeah, but I have a feeling that you know, without trying to, I mean, other people are saying it works fine. So it must be just something in the step that you're not doing. But hey, who knows? I mean, I'm at a loss now, so you're going to have to go to tech. I have 3 monitors, Harry. You can use Brokers Plus, yes. Brokers Plus, you can use it because, you know, you just have to connect to your IB account. IB starts trading, at 4 in the morning. So you can use Brokers Plus, even though you're not getting our data. But you're connecting to IB's data, so yes, you can. You can use E-Trade, yes. Mark, if you don't, here's a video that shows you how to connect your E-Trade account. First video will show you how to connect to your E-Trade account. Now guys, you know, this whole idea of docking chart or docking windows, I mean, I'll call that an advanced feature. The main reason for using the beta right now, while it's nice to have this, I like the looks and all that. Yeah, it's great. I love it, okay? But the main reason is for the use of the dock channel bar. That's the main reason. That's one of the many complaints we've had about our channel bar is that, yeah, I like to look at your channel bar, but I don't want my layout disappearing every time. So that's the main reason, okay? Docking windows like I've got here, it's nice, not mandatory. Oh, I agree. I absolutely agree. It allows you to save the docked window because I've got some docked windows that I don't have up and running right now, like my pre-market scanning. I close it. I just close it off. One of the reasons I do that is because we still don't know what sort of a resource. I mean, we know it's more of a resource hog than the previous versions of Trade Ideas. We know that. Okay. We just don't, and that's why sometimes the charts are a little bit slow to load. Um, Probably the more docked windows that you have up and running is probably not great. So the dock windows that I don't need once the market opens, like my pre-market scanning, I just close it down. I just shut it down. We don't know things like this yet because it's still relatively new. Is it better to have one main? I used to have one main docked window with everything in it, but now I've created two dock windows instead of one big dock window. So is it better to have two dock windows with 8 in, or one big dock window with 16? I mean, we just don't know yet. Yeah, the reason to not subscribe would not be because this docking it doesn't seem to be working for you. It's just an advanced feature. Ooh, guys, what is FU? Oh, it didn't do it. Okay, FULC. What did it get up to though? I'm just looking. I'm just checking some of the ones on my option scan. Now the IEC, that was a buyout. 1531. No, I mean it got up to 1545, but I would have disregarded it because it's a buyout, so would not have thought that it was going to move that much anyway. The SESN, I mean, it's still got a shot. Not bad, 445. Not bad. Okay, have I missed any questions? If I've missed any questions, I apologize. Just repost them, please, and I'll try to answer. Yeah, STEM is on the way down. STEM, again, another earnings play. 32% above the high. It's all-time high there, or all-time low, sorry. There's its all-time low way down here at 1546, but just, moving down. Just moving down, moving down, moving down. So guys, in the new build that I'm in the development build that I've got, we finally have the ability to search on a company name. Okay, you don't have that ability yet, but if in the single stock window, if I start typing in say Macy's, Y, okay? Oops. MACY, okay? So you see Macy's is there, but you know, other stocks will show up, but Macy's will show up, okay? And there's your symbol. So we finally have the ability to search on a company name in the single stock window. That is in an upcoming build. Yeah, you create a symbol list. I'm going to give you a video. It'll show you exactly how you create a symbol list or a watch list, as we call it a symbol list. Well, I don't know if it's a simple way, but you'll see something here, okay? You have to create a simple. I don't know if it's simple. Only you will be able to tell me. But you can create a symbol list, okay? And that video will show you how. And then you can attach that symbol list to an alert window or a top list window to monitor them. Now, the heart is the easiest way to take something and put it into, you know, that like symbol list. I mean, I don't know how much easier you want it, but then you can do things like this. Let's just say you saw a symbol. You can right click and send to a symbol list. If you haven't created, no, this is new. Okay. Ah, so they're doing it now like this. Okay. Maybe a little easier. And you just pick where you want it. Let me make sure that. Oh, okay. Here they are, right here. Okay. So if you create a symbol list, you'll see it, and you just pick where you want it to go. But that video shows you how you create a symbol list, a watch list, then how you can attach it to an alert window. That's what I've done here. This alert window is only looking at this symbol list called, you know, Best WL. But the video shows you how you can do all that. Yeah, finally, David. All right, guys, I just want a confirmation. I think it's going to be Jamie in the YouTube room today, so I just want a confirmation. Meanwhile, STEM just tank, tank, tank. Look at this. What a gap down. Whoa, look at FULC now, guys, from my option scanner. 2021, there was the alert right there. Took a while, pulled back a little bit, lots of time to get in, and then boom, look at the volume that came in. I would call that a winner from the option scanner, is what I'm talking about right here. And yes, I am sharing this. Remember, I talked about this IEC. I would have discounted that immediately because this is a buyout, so would not have thought this was going to move that much. The SESN, it's okay. Gosh, it's more than okay. I mean, from 444, 445 to 461, that's a nice little percentage move. And, you know, who knows where it's going. Then there's always William. You know, Party pooper. Yeah, you're shorting my option scanner. Yeah, but he's only looking for 1.5%, and then he gets out. Locutus, are you in the room? Maybe Locutus is not in the room. Lily, was that you asking yesterday about penny stocks and all? Not in this room, but as an email. Was that you, or was that another Lily? Now let's take a look at RX. I want to really look at this RXT. I mean, this is what we're seeing. Some of these great crosses are coming from stocks that were beaten up, and then then they start to come back. Some of the great crosses that we've seen in this week. So there is a cross. It's very, very narrow at 412 on the 5-minute chart for RXT. It's almost hard to see. In fact, they look like it crossed down, then it crossed up, so it's not really, well, there it is though on the 2-minute. Look at that on the 2-minute chart, RXT. And the cross was around 1409, 1410. So guys, I mean, I'm really warming up to the idea of, I mean, people looking, especially if you're new, to concentrate on one thing and one thing only, is, these crosses. And the idea then is to find the stocks that are, really moving with high relative volume, maybe putting them on a thumbnail chart, maybe only having up to 10 of them, and just staring at them, on the 5-minute chart, I would say, and just staring at them to see where if and when crosses appear, and seeing how that, and just see what the reaction after the cross is. Siri, you've heard us cross of what? 8 EMA, 20 SMA. So right there's the 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart crossing the 20 SMA. There's the orange line, and there's the 20 SMA, the blue line. I know you've heard me say that. So all you have to do is you can take my chart. I'll give you my chart. Okay? So it's got the Bollinger Bands, it's got the 8 EMA, it's got the 20 SMA, it's got here my volume down here. So if you like the look of this, I can just give it to you, so you don't have to recreate it yourself. Okay, and so here it is. So there's the chart, okay? And once you load it, now you can create, because I've given you a 2-minute chart, but same indicators are on the 5 and the 15. So once you've got that 2-minute chart up and running, let's pretend I'm going to change this to a 2-minute time frame. Let's pretend that that's the chart you've got. You just loaded it. And now you just duplicate the chart. And now change the time frame to whatever you want. You can duplicate it obviously as many times. Well, you have a 10 chart maximum for the standard service, 20 charts for our premium service. But again, you just can change the time frame again. So you don't have to go through the exercise of putting these indicators on all the different charts. You have it on one, and then just keep duplicating, changing your time frame. Okay? Oh, I see. The basket is, well, that, I would start off by doing maybe creating a top list, and with relative volume as one of your filters, and maybe putting a minimum, I don't know, 5, 6 as your relative volume. Have it have decent volume, overall volume, maybe 500,000 shares. Okay. Create a price range that you might like. So, what time is it right now? 11:53. So I mean, I'm not saying this is the be all and the end all, or in the pre-market, you've got some like RXT. I mean, the pre-market, this was a mover, obviously. BEKE was a mover in the pre-market. You can take a look at maybe the top 10 movers in the pre-market and just watch them all day. Things like that. So when you know what those are, that's the scan produce it, and then just create thumbnail charts. I would probably do it on a 5-minute chart. Otherwise, let's just create one. Oh, just a second. Let me. I'm going to create a new top list window. I'm going to start from scratch, load the settings. So now we've got nothing in it. Now I'll start creating something. Let's say I want just to go between 1 and 20. I want my relative volume to be very high. I'll put 6. I want a minimum volume of 500,000 shares. I mean, I'm just creating this, on the go. Let's say I also want to have had a gap. Either, say, a 4% gap up. Remember, that's the first print of the day, on a 4% or a 4% down. Okay. And I'll just call this movers. This is an experimental. Now, what I forgot to do was add the columns. So we've got the price. I want the gap. Oops. I don't want that gap in dollars. I mean, you can do it, but I just want the gap in percent. The volume. And of course the relative volume. Where are you? All right, so now we've got something that is going to show us stocks with high relative volume. I mean, this is crazy. CNFR 432 times normal. You can sort. I can sort on that column just to show the ones that are at the top, and just sort. Maybe following. Not all these stocks, but pick some. The LFST was an earnings play. I would probably pick earnings plays because we know they're going to be active all day long. Okay. and just load them 5-minute charts and just start watching them to see, if any crosses are taking place. All right, guys, so I'm going to be taking my break in about 2 or 3 minutes. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be back, I'm going to say a little later. Around 12:45, okay? Could be earlier, but shouldn't be any later than 12:45. So now all I'm doing is I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up in the YouTube room, and then I can take off, do my video. And clove, let's take a look at clove. So there's a cross, 882 right there on the 5-minute chart. Real was talking about the cross earlier on the 2-minute. Well, the imminent cross. I think that was the imminent cross. So, Real, where is the cross on the 2-minute chart now for clove for you? Let's see how close it is. You're streaming now, Jamie? Okay, great. I'll stop. Thanks, Jamie. Have fun. Thanks, Jamie. Have fun. Thanks, Jamie. Have fun.
Okay, sorry about that. I was talking with my mute button on. All right, I do believe I've got the helm now. Barry's going to take his break, and everyone should have eyes on my desktop, so welcome to the hour that we allocate for the live support session. I've got my chat panel popped out here. If someone could just let me know that you can see and hear me okay, that would be nice. Yeah, David, I see your comment there on Clove. Yeah, anything that's going to be on the Wall Street bets list typically is going to be volatile. Not saying it always is, but everybody knows the drill with that crew. All right, so anybody, Bueller, if you can just tell me that you can see and hear me okay, I'll know I'm not just talking to the wall here. Thanks, Kevcom. Okay, everybody can see and hear. Great success. Yeah, kind of an interesting day today. We're very lackluster as far as volume goes. More of the same little chop fest up here at the top on the SPY. Thank you, Sandeep. Very good. Let me get rid of this other screen. Minimize this. All right, so we're good to go. Now, as I was pointing out just a second ago, we got low volume on the lower time frames here. Just looking at the SPY tracking ETF. Pretty lackluster on the relative side today. Not even close to 1.68. So, just looking like a typical summer day, but just a hair away from all-time high. Or right at it, I should say. Let's just take a look at that real quick. What was our high yesterday? 443.88. So we're just slightly above, just chopping around up here. So not a lot of overall market movement, but man, my high volume tickers as well as the one that I've recently incorporated in, which is Barry's strong options volume, Seeing some pretty good movers today. SESN, nice little setup right here. As you can see from my B plus buy, took a little bit right there. Another good one has been OGN, breaking out right here, kind of peeling back a little bit, but it'll be interesting to see how this one finishes. Yep, Beaky, that's the one Barry was talking about earlier. And if I do show my pre-market here, a little gap down, a little flop around, and then trying to reclaim the whole gap. That's what I've been noticing a lot lately on these gap downs, is we're starting to see a lot of gap fills on these things. Of course, how long is that going to last? Don't know, but that has been kind of the soup du jour as of late. A lot of things filling the down gap. Nice little area right here in the pre-market for after the regular session started. Notice when we break that pre-market high right here, same old song and dance. Nice little lift. And of course, checking out the volume over here. Not huge, but 3 on the relative scale. Not too shabby. Whereas, let's see, OGN, a little over 6. Session, a little over 4. Hi, Badian. Shorting stock works so well, going long on stock. Well, I'm not sure how to interpret that. There are in a kind of a flat market, even though we are up here hovering around highs, right at highs. Notice this ticker still very active today. Still a lot of things. This is almost the exact opposite of what we were just looking at in the BEKE. Just the opposite. Gap down. As soon as that pre-market low is broken right here, we get some downside action. So a lot of the times, even though we are up here at highs, if we don't have a lot of steam to the upside, there's always going to be some high volume stocks that are being sold off for the day. Stem, a perfect example of that. And some of you might notice my charts have a little bit different of a color to them. We will be bringing you guys the ability to select background color, which used to just be able to select either a black background or a white background. But now, if I select that, we can pick a solid color if that's what we want to do, or we can select a gradient color, which is what I have selected here. So we can select any of the gradients that we think might be suitable, which just being able to take the white down a few notches, a lot easier on the eye. And of course, I got the Holly blotter displayed here. Holly had a pretty decent day yesterday, giving a little bit back today, but not too much compared to the good day that she had yesterday. And there's BEKE popping highs yet again as it attempts to, well, it's pretty much not quite where it closed. What do we have a close there of 1988 yesterday, but almost filling the entire gap, just has a smidge to go. So high volume is always good to look for, especially on these overall light volume days. A lot of the ones on the downside ticker here just kind of flat since the open. FULC doing a little horseshoe action there off the bottom. And notice all these are being signaled kind of way down at the bottom. whereas a lot of these upside plays are working today. IEC, pretty much flat line up there. Big gap up on that one. Quite the pre-market bar here. 1160 with a high of 1576 on about 200,000 shares in that pre-market. Hey Siri, what are the settings in the options window? These guys right here. Yeah, we'll take a look, and then I'll drop these into the I'll drop the cloud links into the chat in case anybody wants to start giving them a watch. Let me check out this Bumble real quick here. All right. So settings here, relatively simple. We're using new high as the alert, but as far as the filter set goes, some simple price metrics between 3 and 300. It's got to be up at least 1/100% from the close, so in essence it can't be down. Options volume today as a percentage value, 300%, meaning 3 times normal. Options volume as a minimum, throwing in some minimum contracts there of 2,000, even amping up the volume more, relative volume of 3, and then volume today, 500,000 shares, just ensuring that these things are going to be pretty liquid. So we're folding in not only high relative volume, but high options volume as well. So it's a pretty simple filter set. I'll go ahead and drop this cloud link into the chat. There's the long version, so to speak. And of course, depending on the day at hand, it's always good to have the short side as well. So there's the cloud link for the short side too. Amarin not bad on the breaking of the pre-market range as well. Not a huge move, only about 30 some odd cents, but still a good looking trade nonetheless. OCX. Not a bad call up here, depending on where you paid attention. Would have been a little tricky up here, coming within, hitting right on that stop area, 547. High of that candle, 548. So just encroaching on that stop area by about a penny. And then tracing back down very quickly. Other than that, not a whole lot of green on the Holly screen here. Just kind of perusing the blotter here. We're looking at the stop out down here in UTZ, which is the only stop trigger for today. So we had a sell down here, we had a stop up here. How did the stock react around the stop area? Well, evidently here in the short term, it did not act as a level of short-term resistance. It blew right through it, encroached, so not really a good candidate for a what we would call a trade around. If it would have chopped around in this area right here, then it might have been good for, you know, a trade around. But not the case. Seems like this level here is not only not acting as resistance, but has formed a short-term level of support. Usual suspects coming through here. Let's take a peek at U on a smaller time frame here. Not really any good times on a setup here early on. A little bit of consolidation here, but not the most pristine. Higher dollar stock. You know, David, I have not been as of late. I've been doing a lot of testing on Brokerage Plus, trying to get all the bugs worked out on the E-Trade side. But I have intentions of hanging out in there more, especially, since we're in the last month of summer here. So I'll probably be hanging out in there in the fall. That's my goal. All right, a little quiet out there, so just everybody remember, especially since we're in the midst of test drive, that, this is the hour that we allocate for questions and whatnot. Just checking out the crew in here. Yeah, still a pretty decent number of people. If you are a test driver, welcome. And if you have questions, do not be shy. EXPI, finally trying to do a little something here. Up about a point on that one thus far. We can see the AI signal here. Stop area way down here, so never even really came close. Finally got a little traction above the line, and looking at the daily here. Tell you what, let's zoom out just a little bit more. Interesting little level here. Kind of no man's land. Maybe we get a little push up to close to 6. Well, that's on the weekly, so there's a little bit of room in there. But that will take quite a while to materialize, more than likely. Maybe today we get a little, well, we could get a little room up to 53 or so. We'll see. BEKE just will not stop. Strong little choo-choo train on that one. And finally, almost to that close area. We'll have filled that entire gap. Haha, no worries, David. Life changes are always fun, or they can be. All right, question is, as far as the unusual options volume, let's see, it shows BEKE in that window, but it's gone up a lot. Is the signal still valid? Good question, Digital. Okay, so BEKE. Okay, coming through this window here. Okay, for a minute I thought you were referring to the high options volume. So this is the unusually strong options volume. It is an alert window just like this guy. So if I go down to properties and I remove my text header, oops, wrong selection there, Jamie. Give me a second. We want text headers, but we want to get rid of the small borders. All right, the only reason I did that is just to show you this window is an alert window just like this window. But this window has lots of scrolling as the new high is hit. Each new high is technically a new alert, assuming the filter set has been set or been satisfied. But over here on this one, what we have going is the don't repeat. All right. So once the signal comes out here, you won't see the repeat. Okay. So you'll see the count alert increase as that thing triggers again. Notice the count alert here. So FULC, there's only been one trigger. Okay. But it's just to keep kind of more of a list format, whereas this guy is scrolling all the time. And when we look at the BEKE, as far as whether it is a valid signal or not, that would kind of depend on what you're looking for as far as the chart pattern, whether it be intraday or daily. Now, what my eyes are drawn to initially here on the BEKE, the shaded area up top here, right here, or the shaded area here is pre-market. So we got a nice little base built up here in the pre-market. We could mark it up a little bit more and just say, okay, this was the high. Put another line here as far as marking off the pre-market range, right? We get a little open. We get this little doji 15 swoon down here. And then right here, this would be my area of interest right here as it breaks the pre-market range here. All right. So we would see it coming across, hitting a high probably in this candle right here, just as this one closed and this one opened. So that's just what I like to see. That indicates strength. We're going to break this opening range in the pre-market, and then you can see what it did. Now, as we get further and further past this point, I'd say past this 15-minute candle here, I really would have had no interest in it, but every time BEKE hits a new high, you're going to see it cycle back through here. So as far as a valid signal, sure, here it was still good, here it was still good, even here or here it was still good, but there's no cohesive pattern there that would have made me feel comfortable chasing it past this candle right here. So digital business, I hope that makes sense to you. If I need to go into more detail, just let me know. Okay, the question is, where would one go to see the option calls and puts for BEKE to know when a good place to sell would be? Good question. But when we're looking at increased options volume, look at it more as a complement to high volume, because 99% of the time, if we have a stock that has options traded on it, and we also have extremely high volume, or let me reverse that. If we have extremely high options volume, more times than not, the volume in the common is also going to be extremely high. So you can't really look. Let me just pull up a window here. Looking at puts and calls traded and how many more options are trading as opposed to normal, that just tells me that the stock has a lot of potential energy building up. And if I can find the right pattern and that pattern starts to, play out, well, then the gas in the tank is, well, let's just say the gas tank is full in the form of volume, and we have the added benefit of options volume too. So let me just pull out a top list here. And I think you were talking about BEKE. So I've got a pretty generic top list here with some really basic filtering, hardly any at all, right? 500,000 shares on the daily, between 5 and 150. But notice the name of the top list here, where I've got all of the options metrics displayed here in column format. So if I wanted to quickly sort, which it's already sorted by options volume today, looking at puts and calls all together, well, this LFST is doing a ton of contracts compared to what is normal. But let's just do a little trick here. Let's say I just want to get a peek at one symbol. Okay, now we've just got BEKE to look at, and we can see all the individual options metrics here. All right, so it's doing approximately a little over 3 times normal options volume today as far as puts and calls together. All right, put volume today, almost 21,000 contracts. Call volume today, right at 22,000 contracts. So almost an equal number of puts and calls being traded today. Now, of course, a call option. If we're buying a call option, we're bullish. We're hoping for a price increase. If we're buying puts, we're hoping for a price decrease. But there's the other side of each transaction too. The person selling the call is technically bearish or doing some type of spread, and the person selling the put might be bullish or creating some type of spread. So it's not as simple as just looking at, okay, are more calls traded today and the price should go up, or are there more puts? It would be nice if there was some, correlation to that, but we never know who's on the other side of the transaction and for what purpose are they buying or selling these puts or calls. All we know is that the stock is in play and the action is there. And of course, BEKE, 3 times options volume, and then how is just overall volume today. And we can see from the single stock window here, almost 37 times relative volume. So in the end, somehow I got off BEKE there. Hold on. I'm sorry, BEKE 3 on the relative volume there. And still holding up pretty strong. But for example, if this was my area of interest right here, as this pre-market range was broken, not a bad chart pattern to begin with. But I know that the options volume is high and the relative volume and normal volume in the common is extremely high too. It's no guarantee that this uptrend was going to continue, but it gives me a lot of confidence. I see the pattern I like. Even if options volume wasn't there in a higher than normal capacity and the volume was decent, this pattern here probably had a pretty good chance at working. But when you throw high volume along with extremely high options volume too, that's just like throwing a little bit of gasoline on the fire. So if your pattern does materialize and it starts working, you can get some nice sustained moves because of the options volume and the high regular volume. So kind of circling back around, Renee, you can always install put and call volume, but looking at these metrics to decide when to get out, I don't really know that there's any correlation or magic formula for, basing an exit on put and call volume versus, the chart pattern, right? Now, as far as BEKE, had I been in it long here, well, we filled the gap. Notice what we started doing as soon as the gap was filled. It starts taking a little bit of a pullback here. So, maybe once that high was put in, if I had ridden this whole thing up, we're getting close to the top of that prior candle here. And now it's backing off just a smidge. I mean, up here would not be a bad place to take at least half your profit. Notice what we have kind of developing here in the form of the green line here. This is the 10-period fast line. And a lot of times a stock that is in play, sure, every stock's going to pull back typically. Some don't, but they're the exception, not the norm. But it looks like it might, my area of interest here would be a pullback down to that 10 period and see how it reacts. Do we get a bounce off the 10 period, or on a 15-minute candle, do we get down here and do we put in a close below the 10 period? If we close below the 10 period, I would think maybe the run is done. But if we come down here, probably won't be in this candle since we got only 6 minutes left in this 15-minute candle. But selling continues, we get a little, maybe we get a bounce off the 10 period. So that's how I would be kind of sizing up. Well, is the steam out? Should I take my profits? Should I take some up here, give it a little bit of a pullback? If I'm long from here, I still got a little bit of room to see what happens. All right, KevCom's talking about Folk, which was also from the high volume trader, high options volume. I saw this one earlier, and I'm like, yeah, it's a nice little horseshoe pattern. Maybe it goes. I didn't take a trade in it, but as we can see here, it kept on going. They like to swing it around here. Notice the wicks, but not too bad. Just trying to zoom in and see where Folk topped out at. Come on, mouse. You can do it. So here we are looking at the weekly. It got real frisky, way above that week high back in January of 20, and then quickly pulled back. But heck of a week for FULC thus far. All right, well, crypto's been on the move, taking its little pullback today, taking a breather, and lo and behold, coin is down as well. It seems that coin, even though it's an exchange for crypto, seems to like to mimic the price action of Bitcoin and the other cryptos. Also, MSTR doing a lot of, pretty much have their wagon tied to the price of Bitcoin as well, since they are the firm that has allocated all their cash reserves into Bitcoin. So, still in the U.S. here, we can't get any ETF approval for Bitcoin or any of the other cryptos. Well, the Canadian exchanges are a little bit different, but no ETFs for Bitcoin here on the exchanges. But if you're looking for things to trade that mimic Bitcoin price, MSTR as well as coin do a pretty good job of it. I tell you what, I looked at the Bitcoin earlier, but let me just take a peek. Doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot right now. Yeah, so we recently tickled the $46,000 and $47,000 level, and now we're back down to 44. All right, Kevcom, checking out your question here. So your cloud link's not working, Kevcom? Or the scanner's not working? Tried to share it, but for some reason my link isn't working. I'm not really sure there. I mean, obviously, once we just say save or share, we hit the button here. It's going to spit out the link. Feel free to drop that link if you can. I don't know if you guys can drop links in the chat if you're not an admin. Oh, so when you try to drop the link in chat, you're saying it's not working? Yeah, that's why. I'm administrator, so I can drop the. I thought you were saying your link wasn't functioning, but you were saying you couldn't drop it in here. Okay, yeah, as Mike said, yeah. That's what they do. They block it so that only the admins can drop links in there, just to prevent, well, spamming and whatnot. And Bumble doing the same thing as FULC, not quite as pronounced on the little horseshoe pattern here. There was the folk that we were looking at earlier, and Bumble doing that same little rounded horseshoe pattern, making a run at its pre-market highs. And getting up to this little area here where it might find some supply. Would need to close above that line today to show some real strength, and maybe that level of current supply becomes support. Yeah, and I will gladly show you how to do that, WC. Let me check something real quick because I believe I do not think that you guys, I'm on the 2.3 beta and our latest beta on the website. Well, 5524, I do believe. Okay, so just checking. All right. So how do we change if you download the beta how do we change the chart color? And all we do is we right click into the chart, and you'll notice we have a new option here, select background color. So I tell you what, let's play around with this for a minute. We were having a laugh earlier because, man, some of the colors you do not want to have as background. So we have two options here. We can do a solid color. All right. You can see right here I'm using gradient. But watch this. If I come up here to solid color and you want to have a seizure, you could do that. All right. But obviously, who in their right mind would want to watch the Pepto-Bismol charts? So we go back here, pick something a little bit more sane as far as, even that, a little too bright. But we can do all the solid colors if that is your choice. Okay, so something a little bit more sane, and it doesn't really matter here if we do a gradient or just a dark gray. You can see over here this is gradient, but that's the dark option, single color. But if I do the same thing here and I go like this, not really a whole lot of change there. But those are the two options. Now, we do have a little bit of gradient here. See how it's darker up here, and as it comes down here, it gets a little bit lighter? See, this is what, this is right up my alley. This little nice gray gradient. You don't have the snow blind white. It's not too dark like the prior choice that we had, which was just the black, but nice and in between. Very soothing to the eyes. So let me know, WC. She would like the more rowdy colors, David. Okay, and the question, James, insight into your trading style, not asking for advice. When one of your stock reaches your profit target, do you re-enter the trade if it continues to look strong? That is a possibility, James. More than get out of the entire trade and re-enter it, I would be more inclined to look for places, if the trade is working, to add to the trade versus getting out and getting back in. Okay? Or, for example, let's just look at the OCX right here. If I had gotten in at the top here and made a good short sell, once it snapped back down here, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of areas that would have set up nicely for a re-entry. Let's see if I can pick a decent example here. Okay. EXPI, which is also one of the, where is it? There we go. Okay. EXPI, all right. It's just taken a while to move, but it's moving in our favor. 5186 was the AI signal. I think by the time I got into this one, I was at 5180. So I did take, over a dime of slippage there. But notice what the stock does, and keep in mind these are 15-minute candles. We had a nice run up here. Statistical probability pointed out by the AI. Make the entry here. What does the stock do? Well, it doesn't stop us out down here. It just kind of hems and haws around the entry line, which we can see right here, 5180. Now, it's taken a little bit of time here, but we did put in a nice little area of sideways motion here. And it comes down, it comes along, and it breaks that opening range there. Okay, so if I'm already in this trade based on taking the recommendation from the AI, got some nice statistical probability behind it. Well, not really anywhere near getting out yet. We'll have to see what, how it fares towards the end of the day. We've got decent volume, but this would have been a good time to add to the position here, as this opening range is broken and it didn't just shoot up immensely, but it looks like this area is acting as a little area of support, which leads me to believe we might have a higher push later in the day. So I wouldn't have exited here on my first lot, I would have added to it here. All right, we just got a high options volume alert here. Let's just take a look. ZONE. Okay, looks, I don't know what's going on here, but at first glance, it looks like a buyout. I don't know. Maybe it was earnings, August 11th. Yeah, probably just an earnings play. But a lot of the times a buyout will look like this. And this thing's just been going sideways all day. And look what we have going on here. We got a little perka, high options volume. If this was a buyout, I wouldn't even bother messing with it. But notice where we stopped for the day. All right. This little area acting as a potential area of supply. Big gap up. Not really nothing I would just jump on immediately there. So James, circling back around here. For example, SESN, I'm in this one, okay, because it exhibited a nice little simple intraday opening range break. So notice, opening candle here, puts in its low, comes up here, puts in its high, and then it becomes sleepy and range bound in between its high and its low. But notice what we have in this candle here. We had a break above the prior high with decent volume, and I believe this one also has crazy options volume going on today of almost 7 times, as we can see down here. Also coming through the high volume options ticker. So I got volume, high options volume on my side. I've also got my favorite pattern being exhibited here because it's a very simple pattern. All I have to do is wait for that range, look for a nice consolidation area. What I do to assess my risk on these plays, if I'm making an entry here, I don't include the entry candle, okay? I look at the prior 15-minute candle. This would have been my risk area right here, all right? If it would have stopped me out, this would have been the level. Of course, it breaks out. It's moving higher, taking a little breather up here. So where would I want to get out of SESN today? Well, let's take a peek here, all right? Here we are at the daily. Notice where it backed off. So peeling out of a little bit right here wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, right? Because this could be the stopping point. So I'd be basing my decision to either exit the full position or at least half of the position right here. Now let's zoom out a little bit. And just want to kind of take a look at the weekly, you know, which is giving me a nice view here. You know, if we did, come on, scroll for me. Let's say it got another buying run in it today. Let's say we closed above this level. Well, then we might have a little bit more room according to the weekly, but that would take a lot of steam, right? So pretty much this was just a scalping play. Nice clean scalping play. Probably will not be holding this one overnight. Not doing a whole lot of overnight stuff lately. Just trying to stay quick and nimble on the intraday side. So in essence, looking at the longer term daily to try to pick exit points and you know how much room might be there. All right, just catching up on questions here. All right, looks like we are caught up. A little time check. Ooh, wow. Feels like I've only been here about 20 minutes, but 40 minutes have already just evaporated. Oh, and famous last words. OXNE, and this is what I really like as far as, using the term companion windows, right? You see it come through here, the high options volume play as it's breaking, a little high over here. And then when I see it coming through here as well, that always gives me great joy, especially if I'm in the position, that is. OGN set up nice as well, very similar to what we saw over here in the SESN. Once again, entry point right here in that candle. And then
Wow.
Zone coming through again. And OGN, the same type of setup, but taking a little bit longer and getting a nice clean break here with nice tight risk as well. Yeah, James, the question coming from James is, what is turbo up? Turbo breaks up and turbo breaks down. All right. Well, once again, only using simple alerts like new high and new low for the downside. And it's very simple. The stocks had to have traded 100,000 shares on the day, but it's got to be having a minimum relative volume of 3 or higher, maxing it out at 150 there. And this earnings per share is really just to keep the ETFs out, because ETFs don't make or lose money. And distance from inside market, I could probably remove that. Really wouldn't make any impact. But really what this is doing for me is just showing me all stocks hitting highs that have extremely high relative volume. Now, Bumble, another case here. This one expending a little bit more energy before we get up here to the actual breakout point, which occurred right here. But notice when that range was broken, we got a nice little lift there. Breakout area right here at 47.63, and this guy's currently hanging out at 50 and change. So that's not a bad move at all from a percentage basis. About a little over 3 points on a $4 stock, not too shabby. But if this opening range break, we got the low way down here on the wick, okay? If it's going to exhibit an opening range break to the upside, it cannot do that without hitting a new intraday high, right? So you're going to see a ton of stocks coming through here every day. So that's the first part of the equation, okay? These stocks are going to be exhibiting the characteristics that I'm looking for. I want high relative volume, and then it's just about, am I catching it at the right time? How is the timing? So, I was reluctant to hit zone earlier. Okay, and as we speak, BMBL coming through high options volume. I pull it up here, but I'm like, this was the place that I would have loved to have gotten it. I'm not chasing it here, right? Even though it looks like it might, and, I got to tell you, this might be a stopping area for Bumble. It's above this level right now. Well, it's pretty good ways above it. If we get a close above this level here, then it might have some steam for the next day. But as far as the intraday play, this was the choice area to get into it. Now it's still hitting a high, but I wanted it hitting a high right here as this range was being broken. So even though it's going to repeat, the choice area has already passed. In other words, the train has already left the station. But now, my session, beautiful play right here. But if I would have seen it over here, too late. All right? It's all about the timing. Same way with the OGN. Great time to get into it right here. Up here, not so good, but this one is setting up for a potential pattern repetition, right? We got a range break here, boom, we get a lift higher. Now buyers and sellers are equal, so to speak. That's why we're getting a flat action here on the 15 minutes, because relatively speaking, buyers and sellers are equal. Now the buyer might come back out later in the day, so if this high here is breached later in the day and the volume is still good, and the options volume is still good, that might be a great time to add to the position, get one more little bumpity bump before the close. But this is the first occurrence. This is what we would call the first occurrence. If it does break later on, this is what we would call the second occurrence of the same pattern playing out on the intraday time frame. So once again, what's the big difference between my turbo breaks up and this one? Because this one is still using new high, but in here, just requiring a little bit more volume and the added options, high options volume as well. Whereas this guy over here is just looking at relative volume and new high. That's why I find that between the upside version of this and this, they're good companion alerts. Of course, we do have some downside plays today, but the overall market, there's more of a bullish feel, even though we're not doing a whole lot. Seems like there's a lot more stocks going up than down today. Yeah, Mike. I've learned not to get overly excited anymore about anything. MTTR, what do we got here? Oh, and I didn't mean to skip over your other comment there, James. So you trade based on support and resistance, correct? Yes. Yes. I mean, especially on the longer term, when we're talking about swing trading, yeah, you try to base your plays where you're going to get in on, is it breaking resistance, or if we're in the money on a swing trade, are we approaching a level that could act as supply? Maybe we're bottom picking something. Is it coming down to a level that could potentially act as support? So, support and resistance always going to be applicable in just about any trade that you're in, whether it be the short term or the long term. Just potential stopping points, potential stations that the train might stop at. All right, let's take a look at MTTR. Is this one an IPO or a reissue? I'm not real familiar with this one. Looks like an IPO. That or is either a redo on a SPAC. But this is all the days I have, and so when I get limited data like this on the daily, I always like to anchor the VWAP to the first day of trading. That gives us a little bit of an idea of what might happen. So what I did there is I anchored this purple line, which is the anchored VWAP, to the first day of trading. Now we can see the volume weighted average price since the first day. Everything was looking rosy yesterday, okay, above that VWAP. And then we got a little bit of a gap down today, and look where it's stopping. I mean, some nice upside opportunity from the bottom here. We'll just call it 14 on up to 15. Good little run over the past 30 minutes. But notice where it's stopping here. All right, right at that anchored VWAP. So anchored VWAP kind of acting as support for 1, 2, 3, 4 days. And now with the gap down, unless we get a strong close above that level, then the script has been flipped. Right, SPAC. I knew it was either an IPO or a SPAC redo. Interesting. Options volume today, yeah, about 4 times normal. I would think that the SPAC, the whole SPAC, whatever you want to call it, for a while there it was hot and heavy. There was a new SPAC every day. I'm sure there still are plenty of SPACs coming out. Not just quite the chatter that there was. I would probably think that'll pick back up in the fall. It would seem to me that that's going to pick back up with the underwriting season. Everything kind of slows down in the summertime. Underwriting, SPAC is just a different version of getting things to the public markets. Okay, and see, this is what I really like. I'm already in OGN. Now I see it hitting highs again. Look, this is another, if I was really feeling aggressive today, which I'm not, this would be a great time to add to that position. But I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to sit where I am right now and hope for more green before the day is out. Got my little filter here installed as a column telling me OGN's going up. It's got about 50 cents before it hits an area that could potentially act as short-term resistance. And if we kind of zero in on the daily here, and also too, let me just do a little checky check. Okay, so OGN relatively young as well. But look, it's saying 50 cents more room. We're at 33.30, so 33.80 is just at the top of this candle back here from June 7th, right? And of course, if we get a close above here, I mean, hey, it's anybody's game. If we get up into these other two candles here, this thing could be at all-time highs before too long. But it's definitely in play today. Hey, let's do the anchored VWAP again on this guy. Anchor it to this day. All right. So check it out. Before today, this guy acting as resistance going way back. Build some steam. Boom, boom, boom. A little bit of a gap up. And now we're on top of that anchored VWAP. So may chop around in this area between where we are now and the new high. If selling comes into this thing, we might go retest this anchored VWAP at some point in time. But now the question moving forward is make a run for new highs, chop around for a little bit, selling comes back in. This would be the key level to pay attention to right here. Once again, the script may become flipped. All right, just checking on a few things here. See session holding up, Had to take a little bit of a pullback, but notice how we reacted right here at the 10 period. Looking like that's catching it for now. I'd be pleased with a little bit of sideways action for the remainder of the day, and maybe we go take a run at the high again before the day is through. I gotta say I'm a big fan of this gray gradient though. That's my color. All right, questions panel is open. Let me know if I missed anybody. I don't think I did though. All right, 5 minutes till the top of the hour. Not bad action out of AMRN today. What's the float on that guy? It's a big float. Still doing some decent volume on the old lower time frames. None of these guys really putting up strong bounces. Folk bouncing a good bit. see GoCo and CP&G. No upside love to be had there. Looks like this guy's in the hole too. Not looking too good for GoCo. If this one sets up nicely tomorrow on the intraday, might be one to pay attention to on the short side. Let's verify the weekly here. Yep, it is in the abyss, so to speak. CP&G is not. GoCo is. See if there's any other bottom dwellers. This one could get interesting. I can already tell you where that VWAP's going to be. Yep. Resist, resist, resist. Down. Probably wouldn't be surprised to see this little guy testing its all-time lows before too long. And OGN just keeps on trucking. What a good little stock. All right, looks like we got last call coming up. Any questions? Go ahead and throw them out there. Otherwise, MC Barry will be returning soon. Always a pleasure, Mike. Hope you're having a good end of summer period. I can already feel the weather changing, even though it's subtle here in the hot lands of Texas. In the mornings when you go outside, it's cool and windy. And we're going to welcome the change around here. We've had hot, hot days lately. Yeah, KevCom, you can definitely loosen these things up to spit out more symbols. Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes it can get you in trouble as well. Yeah, Mike, where it's typically cool, it's been hot, and where it's typically hot, it's been cool. I'm sure they'll blame that somehow on global warming, man-made global warming. Of course, in the 70s, we were about to enter a new ice age, so, you know, things can change quickly. This is true. This is true. And there's nothing wrong with loosening it up. And once again, it would just still boil down to, am I getting it at the right time or am I chasing it, right? But I'd be more inclined to go long in a slow market than trying to short a dull market. Usually when you short a dull market, it doesn't turn out too well. All right, let me touch base with Barry, see what his status is. Yeah, and even these tickers are kind of taking a snooze, which is not surprising. Yes, KevCom, you also have a good day. Everybody have a great day. Thanks for listening to me babble for an hour. Hope you got something out of it. Hope everybody's nice and green today. And just a friendly reminder that tomorrow is Friday. All right, Barry tells me he has restreamed. So thanks, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
And there's, so you're in both rooms now, Cav, or you're flipping back and forth. All right, guys, so back on YouTube here. Let's take a look. MGIC, and notice it's just showing up. Magic software. All right, I'm going to try to concentrate on finding some crosses now for the rest of the day. All right, so there was a little cross for Palantir on the 2-minute chart, and the cross was at around 2480. So it is starting to move a little higher off that cross. And it's trying to cross on the 5s. So this is what you can do. I mean, if you just had the 5-minute chart up, and again, if you, I'll make a bigger chart so we can see what so I show you what I'm talking about. Okay, let's change this to Palantir, PLTR. So you see what's happening here. So here's that 20 SMA moving down. There is the 8 EMA moving up. So there is a potential cross, that could take place right in this area. So what you could do, it hasn't happened yet, but what you could do is just put a price alert. Put a price alert around this area, 24.92 or so, and just see if you get a price alert, and maybe the cross will have happened. If it doesn't happen, it does. If you get a price alert, if you do get the alert and it doesn't happen, that's fine. But we're just trying to sort of anticipate where it could happen. And then, Vicky, in that case, we wouldn't have to wait for the 5-minute bar to close. Also. All right, so there we did get the alert, but there's no cross yet. It might be, it probably looks like it'll cross higher, maybe up in this 24.97 area. If it's going to happen. I mean, there's no guarantee a cross is going to happen. Well, crosses in theory work on any time frame. Okay, I mean, it all depends on your risk tolerance, of course, but you can put the crosses on a daily and a monthly and a weekly. I'm more of an intraday trader, so that's what I concentrate on, but you can put them on any time frame you want. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if anything interesting is happening. I'm hearing DM for some reason. Probably an earnings play, DM. Let's take a look. Yeah. Oh, that's at. These are the ones buying XONE. Ooh, not good. Earnings play also. AMRN now showing up on my option scanner. So now, as he's saying, it could be a little bit extended right now. Let's take a look left on the monthly chart. What do we see? Next high looking left is 658, so that's far enough away. So we don't have to worry about the monthly. On the weekly, 593, so we've got some stuff around $6 for this. So it doesn't have a huge amount of room if this stalls it on the weekly chart. Meanwhile, here's one that's starting to fire downward. Bet you it's an earnings play. CSSE, yep, another earnings play. Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment Inc. Well, sorry. I think this was an IPO here, I think, back in 2017. It did nothing. Look at this. Imagine if you took this one right here as an IPO. It did absolutely nothing for 2017. Finally, in 2020, 3 years later, it had a little move that month, and then all the way up to 47, and now kersplat. This is what you call dead money. Another cross down here for that one, CSSE 2441. So KH, were they able to solve your issue with the floating windows, not just the charts? Okay, is this regarding docking, Hedgehog? All right. Oh man, this stem just continues down. Stem continues down. Guys, even AR, this has been a good day for the scanner, option scanner. I wouldn't count IEC or X1, even though X1 may be, yeah, even though X1 went from 24.92, I mean, it's not a bad, but I wouldn't have counted those two because they're buyouts, and I wouldn't have thought they'd move this much. But the other ones, my goodness, I mean, obviously the SCSN, tremendous. And as William is saying, he's taking it now. The FULC from 2021. I mean, there's a dollar move, over a dollar move there. This is what I'm talking about, guys. I mean, again, you're new to trading. I know Kev has tweaked it so he wants to get more alerts, but the reason why I've created this is to have less alerts and maybe just super duper quality alerts. And that's from the option scanner. I mean, the AMRN from 562, I mean, it's not a tremendous move, but I mean, it's not bad. Breaking news. Zach is calling the SPY as a top. Okay. My home page. Okay, Sandeep, you know how to get to my home page, and just go to my, go to my home page, go to the scan section, and the option scanner is there. It's called unusually strong option volume, something like that. Good one, Barry. Look at open, guys. Open on the move here. Open on the move. Is there a cross? There was a cross there. 1673. Wouldn't have seen it until about 17. That's still not terrible. Well, the swing trading tab is pretty active today. Yeah, this FULC, I mean, it's still got some legs in it. The high of yesterday was way up here at 25.25. I think Zach mentioned a financing. I think it was it 19? Let's see. Announces the pricing and the $19. So this is nicely above the financing price. So the shareholders, the existing shareholders, are shaking that off. All right, Mick. So you are our resident doctor, okay? I remember you came in earlier, as in a few maybe a few weeks ago. Came in, said something, and left. And take it off topic, okay? You're in the stocks only section. Take it off topic if you want to start a discussion. Oh, really? Okay. I thought maybe I have it wrong. Did you not? I thought somebody came in a while back saying that the discussions about medical topics were ridiculous. I don't know if that was you. That maybe it was somebody else. Sorry. That's right, an epidemiologist. Okay, well okay. So if you want to shed some light, go ahead. We're not epidemiologists here. We're not doctors here. So all right, Bumble. Let's take a look at Bumble. BMBL. Nice one. Don't fumble. Don't fumble the Bumble. Well, it's still up at 50. Yeah, there it is. It back up to 50. Boy, Root, another earnings play. Root on the way down, still another all-time low. Another one. I mentioned this one earlier. Look at this. Again, here's the IPO back here, straight down on the monthly chart. Just absolute disasters. Most, there have not been very many good IPOs this year, or the last year maybe. Not saying there aren't any. Well, I'm not seeing too many crosses that are jumping out at me. Now, this could cross, guys. I mean, this ACY, pretty choppy though, but this could cross. I'm looking at that 80 MA. There's a 20 SMA. I mean, it could cross right around this area, around the 33.27-ish. I'm not saying none, David, okay? I'm just saying that, the IPO market has not been great. I'm not saying, of course, there are some that are going to be good, but I've just seen too many, though, that, have just drifted down, down, down over the last year. Okay, here's another earnings play. Didn't see this one at all. Really didn't do anything in the pre-market. It's got some volume actually. 1,000,000 shares. It's an earnings play. FA. Don't think I've ever seen this one. This is okay. So this is okay as an IPO. If this is actually an IPO or was this a SPAC turned into FA, I don't know. Meanwhile, DM on that acquisition of X1 is just getting trashed. Zorro, I haven't seen you in a dog's age. That's a strange expression. All right, let's take a look at Walmart, WMT. Good one, real. 820 cross on the way. Yeah, I mean, there it was. I mean, it's way outside the price range that I will trade, but it's possible, yeah. But look at the relative volume. It's only one. Okay, it's only one, so it's not really trading that abnormally. It's a big float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. Typically, that's why I wouldn't look at something like this. But I'm not saying it's not going to work. But I think my opinion anyway is you need things that are trading abnormally, so that instead of just a very minor cross, it could be a bigger cross. Oh man, you're definitely like to pump that OCGN, Orvis. I see you periodically coming into the room and pumping it up. Not this is in the YouTube room. Everybody loves Zorro. Good one. You can flip it. You can flip it to find downward moving stocks if you want. If you know what I mean. Do you know how to flip a strategy? Okay, so all you do is this. So if you take my option scanner, so I actually have it here. Well, so you just take it, right click. First of all, duplicate it, okay? Duplicate it. And once you duplicate it, okay, I can see okay, I have to do it outside of a dock. You cannot flip it within the dock. So let me just bring back something. So if I wanted to flip this basic new highs into basic new lows, okay, so I would duplicate this, I would duplicate it, because I don't want to get rid of this, and then I right click, configure, and flip. So what will flip? Obviously, you have to look at the filters. So obviously new high can be flipped to new low. You're not going to be able to flip price or current volume or shares, but the price was up 4%, now it'll be down 4%. So the things that can be flipped will be flipped. Okay, so watch, flip, see how it's now changed, new low, and now down 4%. So instead of having to, recreate everything from scratch, you can just take your existing strategy, duplicate it, and then flip it to create kind of the reverse mode. Okay? Make sense? Yeah, it's a great little feature. Okay, TMAC or TMC. I'll give you my homepage link. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link and then click and then go to the scan section. You'll see a layout that I'm sharing. It's not exactly looking like this, but it's, a reasonable facsimile. And you'll also see a lot of different scans that I'm sharing. Okay. Ooh, Cano. Let's see a Cano. What is Cano doing? Cano, I think, is an earnings play. CANO is an earnings play. All right, now, here's the deal about Cano. If I look left, I see 1208 and I see 1240. 1208 could, and over here is 1243. My problem with taking Cano right now is very close to that whole number, and there's a high right there at 1208. So the fact that it came in on the option scanner, just because it comes in on the option scanner doesn't mean I just absolutely take the trade. So I look at this and I go, this could easily be stalled around 12. Now listen, if it takes out 12, it's got a shot. Yeah, MNMD though, I don't know. I mean, it's just stuck. That's dead money for a while. I mean, maybe eventually. I know you're in it at what, 60 cents or something, but that is, unless it's moving now. Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of dead money for to me, I'm sorry, it just reminds me of the cannabis market. Okay, MJ, I mean, you look at the ETF for the cannabis market, I mean, it's just terrible. It needs news. It needs great news. Guys, here's a little cross starting for Dr. NA on the 5-minute chart. Now, what's the relative volume's not terrible. It's at least, but it's trying to come back here a little bit. Of course, August 9th, it got beaten up on earnings, but there's a little cross right there, and the cross around 2078. Now let's see if it takes out. I mean, there might be some resistance right around that 21 mark, but you can see also, look, I mean, look how that ADMA on the 15-minute chart starting to move up, 20 SMA starting to move down. So, I mean, depending where you would see this, I mean, you could easily, I mean, if you wanted to take this, you'd probably have to put your stop down around here at 2079 or here, 2083. Usually these will have relatively tight stops, okay? So that you're going to know if it's working pretty quickly or not. You can see the cross right there on the 2-minute chart was at 2070. The cross here on the 5-minute chart, 2078. It hasn't crossed yet on the 15, but it looks like it's trying to. I mean, it looks like, again, that ADMA is moving higher, 20 SMA moving down. And we're talking Dr. NA. The placement tool. Okay. Yeah. I guess you just didn't notice what I was doing then. That placement tool. Yeah, with the arrows up, the up, down, right, and left arrows. Yes. You're talking about that, right? Oh, okay. Well, that'd do it. Yeah, if you didn't see the arrows, the little arrows. I mean, they're yeah, that would do it. That was not covered in the video. Surprised it wasn't covered in the video. Hmm. Okay, that's kind of. I mean, that's the whole. Without doing that, then yeah, you're right. You cannot you cannot dock them. Maybe you just missed it because it's hard for me to believe that it would not be covered in the video. No, no, you cannot freeform place them. No, you've got to. Well, that's the whole idea because I mean, the whole idea is with those arrows is then you can place them exactly where you want and move them around exactly where you want. But that's good for me to know when I'm describing it to anybody in the future to really make sure that they're aware that the icon pops up. So thank you for that. BTBT, let's see, BTBT. Well, it already happened back here. Yeah, 1398, it happened back here. So where would you have seen it? Probably at, this is what Vicky was saying, is that you won't see the results of the cross. Maybe you would have seen it here at 1416. But this is what I'm saying. I mean, if you happen to have had this chart up and running, okay, and you'd noticed this was happening, you could have probably put an alert in that area, a price alert in that area. Sort of to anticipate where that cross could have been. Man, I have not looked at my watch list at all. I have no idea if anything has really happened from here of note. All right. Well, Dr. NA is, I mean, it was a cross here. Did move a little bit, but it's just stumbling trying to get through that 21. Are there still floor traders? Wow, open on the move here. I mean, that was there a cross anywhere open that we could have taken advantage of? Yeah, right there. So I mean, if you're again, that's got 8 relative volume. Okay, so consequently, that's one that could have, and it's an earnings play. So that would have been one that I would have suggested following all day long. And it's also in my option scanner at 1755. Where was the cross? No, the cross. Wow, way back here. Plus in my option scanner at 1755. We also had a cross on the 2-minute right here at 17. Oh, must have had a cross earlier. Yeah, way earlier on the 2-minute. I would have to back that up. Again, if you're hearing me saying cross, 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 okay, we're talking about the 8 EMA, the orange line, crossing the 20 SMA, the blue line. Okay, and if you want those, you can add them yourself. Right click indicators. We've got moving average EMA, moving average SMA. So you can add them yourselves, or you want to. The easy way, if you don't mind what I've got the Bollinger Bands, and I've got the 8 EMA, the 20 SMA, and this is my volume. If you want mine, you can have it, and then you can just duplicate the chart and change the time frames and all if you want. So I'll put it in, so you don't have to do it yourself. Okay. And then all you have to do is just duplicate the chart, change the time frame, duplicate it again, like as many times as you want. Keep changing the time frame. So you don't have to, every time frame, you don't have to start from scratch. I mean, you see the difference in CANO and open from my option scanner, okay? CANO, very close to that whole number one, and also fairly close to a fairly recent high. You look at open, I mean, the next highs were back here in, this is back in July. These are daily highs. So it had a little more room. Plus, look at the gap, and it's an earnings play. So, I mean, a lot going for it. All right, guys, so today is Thursday, so at 2 o'clock I will be in this marketing meeting, so I'll be on mute from about 2 probably to 2:30. Whoa, SLQT on the way down. Now this is not an earnings play. All-time low. SLQT. See if there's any specific reason for it. I don't see any specific reason for it, but another all-time low. Wow, I mean, just where are these things going to end up? Why would anybody buy this? I mean, there will be buyers, people looking for, you know, little bounce backs and all, but I mean, in terms of a company, market keeps moving, inching its way higher. We still have a little disconnect though. The so-called value stocks down, growth stocks are up. Not much though. Oops, what happened here? There we go. And here I am looking to short it, and William's taking it long in his swing account, okay? Maybe, I don't know, I mean, all-time low. Opening up, guys, opening up. Nice little move again for open. I mean, listen, Cano may do it if it can take out 12. It's just I'm gonna stick an alert. You know, what did it get to in the pre-market? Got up to 12.39. So I'm gonna stick an alert around around 11, just over 12 for Cano, and see if it takes that out later. Look at GOCO, another leg down now for GOCO, GOCO. That is one I sure wish I had shorted also earlier. Well, I was actually trying to short this SLQT, but I couldn't get the fill. It's down more than 10%, so I could not get the fill I wanted. shoot. Goko also, you know, breaking down through that big psychological 5 number. Look how long it sat there. Look how long it sat there. Right around 5. No, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What am I doing? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I was doing it right. Well, that's about 4 hours. Maybe 3.5 hours sitting there right around $5. Doggone it. SLQT. I just couldn't get the fill I wanted. Yeah, probably the wrong person. You might want to go into the swing trade or go to the swing trade tab and ask. I'm probably the wrong person, but this is okay. Let's take a look at what it looks like though. Okay, so the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 377. That's not that far away, in my opinion. To me, it just looks, to me anyway, it just looks too darn choppy. You know, you've got to deal with this. Now, I mean, if you took it at 309 and you were willing and it got up to 370, that's a great percentage move. But, you know, to me, it just looks too choppy. And there's PJ, who's our swing expert, and even he thinks it looks too choppy. I mean, it's having a great day. Don't get me wrong. 11 times normal. It's traded the float about 3.6 times. Okay, so I mean, it's having a tremendous day. It's having an abnormal day for sure. But I just, you know, I don't know how much further is it going to go. Did it have any news today? Is there any news that's going to propel it? I think I saw it, IJ. IJ gave us the NAOV alert early in the day from our YouTube room. Let's say, yeah, that's one to, you know what, I mean, those are, in fact, the Bouncer's Topper is probably, I haven't even looked at it today, I can't believe I haven't looked at it. That's probably a good scan to have, the Bouncer's Toppers, yeah, to try to catch some of these ones that are rebounding on the crosses. You can just sort of see, look at that 20 SMA on the 15, almost straight down, but that 8 EMA is flattening out. If it curls up and takes it out, I mean, and it looks like it's trying to do it right there. So I mean, this could have a big bounce. I mean, look how much room it's got. The LFST. I mean, there's a cross right there on the 5s at 1156. See how long it holds over 12. Meanwhile, open, making another new high for the day. Just a little bit of a spread issue for LFST, but boy, I mean, if it holds over 12, say it gets that bid to 1208, 1209, I mean this I mean this has got a lot of room that it could start to run. It's called Bouncers Toppers, okay? My homepage in the scan section, it's called Bouncers Toppers. It looks like this. It looks like this. So if it's in orange, the theory would be that it's topped out or it has been moving higher. You see? So we got the alert there, but it kept moving higher. This means you have to start watching it. Okay, but maybe it's topped out. Now it's starting to fall. If it's in green, so in other words, a short opportunity. And green meaning, let's take a look at ACVA. You had an alert there, looked like it bottomed and it moved higher. I mean, look, it's just showing you stocks meeting the filter requirements. And then you have to start watching. Okay? The AMRN came right back up, guys. Based here, came right back up. All right, guys. Well, 154. So I've got another 5 minutes or so, and then I'll be putting myself on mute. What a base. Look at this. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So about half an hour sitting right there. And then boom. All right, well, kind of waiting on this FLST to see if it, because it's got all that room. That's the only reason I'm really looking at it. It's got all that room, but we may have topped out. It's a matter of how well can it keep holding 12. See, now we're going to be turning into a room of cross watchers, which is great. Oh man, SLQT ticked off. They don't all have to be crosses for me to get into them, but I really wanted this one. Just couldn't get it at the price I wanted it. Look at this, just sinking. All right, PLTR. Let's take a look at Palantir, and then I'll take a look at BEKE. Yeah, that whole number scares me, especially 25. That's a big psychological number. Yeah, just a little bit. You know, I mean, that's that 20 SMA flat, though. I mean, I don't know. Well, big level here for open, right? I mean, last month the high was 1795. We're at 1788 here. The month before that was 1868. So there's a big level for it to try to take out open. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute and I'll be joining this marketing meeting soon. All right, guys, I'm back, and well, I hope you guys saw when I was in this marketing meeting, I kept talking, well, I kept posting about the LFST, worth watching. It's turning into a really nice. Why would I want that? Because look at the room it has. Okay, I'm not saying it's going to get back up to $15, but I mean, this is just something that could not be. You could not take your eyes off this. I mean, it struggled at the beginning to get through 12, but once it got through 12 in a big way, and I don't know where it's going from here, but it certainly has got a lot of potential to keep moving for a bit and give us a nice little percentage return. If it takes out 1250, look out. I mean, well, I was all about it getting to about a 1208 to 1210 to 1210 to 1212 on the bid, because the spread was a little bit crazy for a while. But once it started firming up over 12, we did have the cross here, but that's early. I mean, that's way back here, 1157. Now, look, it might be over. I mean, there's some topping tails, right here. Well, very minor ones. But 1250, I think if it can pop through 1250, it's going to have, well, let's take a look here. There you are. I mean, there's the next high looking left is 1249 on that 15-minute chart. Because that's kind of what's stalling it right now. Man, oh man, SLQT. Anybody take this one? I mean, this was such a great break right there. So it's moved about 50 cents. And again, I tried to take it, but because of that stupid uptick rule, I couldn't get the fill where I wanted, and it kept ticking down on me, and I just was not going to follow it. Well, again, for me, Vi, it's always about the whole number. So I'm just, whether it's right or wrong, I know, as Real says, the algos don't care that it's a whole number. I've been conditioned around whole numbers. So I like to see a clean break, but more importantly, look at all the room it had. Plus, it had crosses before, so I mean, but they were earlier. I mean, granted, they were earlier. Come on. Just take out that 1250. See, it's amazing how, one little candle right there at 1249 is just kind of holding it back. And you always have to be careful with something like this, because for all the reasons it's down 43%, it's not like it's dismissed just because this is having a nice little run. Okay, I mean, it's still an earnings play. The reaction is horrible, horrible. I mean, to be down 43% still with 64 million in the float, wow, I mean, that's a big move. That's more indicative of a stock, with 10 million, 5 million in the float. No, he's not shorting it. He's going long. I think. No, he's going long. SLQT. All right, guys. Well, today has not been a super question day, so I think I'm probably going to be shutting the room down around 3. Again, I'll always stay later if there are some questions. So now's a good time. I'm just kind of eyeing my long and excuse me, an LFST. Other than that, you can ask me questions as always. Okay, guys, this might be over. So, I mean, if you're in this, be really careful here. There's a big red candle on the 2-minute chart. If it gives up any more, now it's very resilient. It's very resilient. Yeah, I mean, Open had a great run. There's certainly a lot of shorts of it. Yeah, who's your broker, Zorro? Who's your broker? Yeah, I mean, there are 7 million shares available at IB for Open. That's a lot. Now, listen, I mean, you might have shorts available for something else that I won't, but I'm just surprised. When I see so many shorts available, I usually think, well, that, other big brokers are going to have some. Are you talking about TDA or are you talking about Toronto Dominion in Canada? Are you talking about T? You meant TDA, okay. So I can only tell you where you can find it on Interactive Brokers, Dova. Do you have Interactive Brokers? Okay. I can't tell you then. I don't know where you're going to find it on other platforms. It's nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? It's all to do with your broker's platform. So I can't help you. Now, if you tell us who your broker is, maybe others who maybe have the same broker, maybe they can tell you. Yeah, it's nothing to do with trade ideas. It varies from broker to broker. Some brokers will have shorts, some won't. Some might have a lot of shorts available. Some might not have many shorts available. It's broker to broker. Thinkorswim. There must be a way in Thinkorswim. You guys who have Thinkorswim, is there some? I mean, this is what This is great with interactive brokers. Yeah. Good evening to you, Sir Thomas. So, for instance, this is what I have for IB. Well, I click on an alert, and it's telling me how many shorts are available. Cool little nugget that the Dreamer showed me a long time ago. Whoa, there goes Open right back up, and yeah, it is a good thing. See, it's a good thing you don't have shorts available. Oh, I see. So easy to borrow, hard to borrow, a none to borrow. Okay, but not the amount. Okay. Man, what was it called? Who's got IB that has that? I can't remember. You have to do a search. I can't remember what it's called. Dreamer told me about it a couple of months ago. I think he had me search on something. I can't remember what he had me search on. Somebody else with IB probably will know. But you don't have IB yet, so I mean, it's just. But when you get it, this is a pop up. It's some kind of a. I can't remember what it's called. I can't remember what this window is actually called. But it's pretty handy, yeah. I mean, it just tells me immediately. Well, the other thing that's cool about it is because, this is changing real time. That's why you hear me say, there are shorts available for something. It might be like 5,000 shares or 10,000 shares, and then all of a sudden I'll say, they've been snapped up. I'm only talking about interactive brokers, of course. But it is pretty cool to be able to see it live. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does. It provides real-time availability of shorts available, yeah. Wow, that opened. That was a miserable candle right there, guys. I have to admit, a miserable one right there. Right back up though. All right, I'm going to keep an eye on Dr. NA also now, okay? Dr. NA struggled to get through that whole number earlier. I think it's trying to come back a little bit. Yeah, it struggled to get through that 20. We have a cross now, but yeah, this is a cross right there around 2090 or so for Dr. NA. Now, where could it go? Well, I mean, up here, 2161. So, I mean, it doesn't have the same sort of room that the LFST has. But LFST, I mean, look, it's struggling to get through 1250. I mean, it might be over. So again, guys, the new build on the website, the beta, now has the ability to, not that it's a big deal, but now you can at least make your charts the way you want them to be in terms of colors. Okay, that's the new build on the website. I think it's it is going to be 5.5.24, okay? And we've had, I think, a new build every day. A new beta every single day. So if you're keen about changing your colors, this is, you can select your background colors and a gradient. I mean, it's not a big deal, but I mean, it's a start in terms of our finally getting our charts a little more up to date. And It's kind of a weird looking one. You kind of pick the colors. You kind of whip around here. You kind of pick the colors you want. Oh, there is a slider. I didn't realize there was a slider. Okay, just one moment, please. No, I see. So we did have a slider. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of cool though to look at the hexagon. Kind of. But anyway, guys, you can play around with that. Okay, Nello. Gear, I'm going to have to try to find that out, okay? But I'm just going to answer Nello first. So, Nello, in order to change a sound alert, so I have a sound alert here. So you right click and properties, actions. If you're trying to change it, then obviously it's already checked, so you don't have to do that. Set up the sound. So now, I don't, wow. Sorry. So now, if you're trying to change it here, use custom sound, select, and here are 3 folders. And each folder has some sound alerts. Now you can, pick an alert, highlight it, you can open it, and then you can play it, and if you like it, then you'll say OK a couple of times, click OK a couple of times, and then it gets attached. Okay, so that's how you change it. Okay, is that, was that clear? If not, I'll do it again. Okay. Okay, yeah, then watch that video. I just can't remember what he told me to search on, but maybe the video goes into it. I just can't remember what he told me to search on. You file search, and he told me to search on something, and I just can't remember what it was. He being the dreamer. All right, what is Tig doing? I'm hearing Tig. Wow. What's the theme of the day, guys? The theme of the day, earnings plays for some of these smaller companies making all-time lows. That's the theme of the day. I probably have seen, I don't know, 6, 7, 8, 10. Now, of course, we're talking about this window, right, Pepe? We're not talking about hovering over the green dot to show you. We're talking about this window here within Interactive Brokers. But the reel told me to search on. He just told me to search. He went file search, and he told me what to search, and that box popped up. It was really simple. Okay, guys. Well, as I said, 1250 was just too tough for LFST to get through now. Okay, I mean, it was amazing. Look at that. And there was that high right over here. That's what it is. Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. That's exactly what it is. SLB rates. And then that's it. Thank you for that. So that's what you do. You search, do a file search, SLB rates. And then that'll get you that box. Anyway, sorry guys, I know we dominated that discussion about how to find the number of shorts available in an IB platform, but look at FLUC, guys. I mean, this is really, really moving. I mean, in terms of where the financing was at $19, I mean, this is just shrugging this off like nothing. So this will be really interesting going forward. I mean, you know, yesterday it did hit 25. Maybe the news of the financing came out. It got down to 19. It dipped down below 19 earlier today. But, I mean, you know, the financing's at 19 and shareholders don't seem to care. I think they're probably just happy. They're raising, I think it was about $180 million at not a huge, huge discount. We have a halt, FRLN. Zach was just talking about FRLN. We have a halt now in it. Now, let's see what it's stacking up to be. Right now it's not a, wow, well it is actually stacking up to be $4.99, $4.99. So this is halted. So this is what it could open at. You see how it's changing. It's halted at 434. Again, guys, this is within IB, Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. And I'm sure your broker must have something like this. But now look what happened. Remember, now, I mean, this is all over the place now. Really all over the place. Well, and let's just see how many shorts are available right there. So right now there are 102,000 shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Okay, now this will be cool. Once this opens, you know, there'll be people just piling in to short this, and this is going to change. Wow, look at open on the move here, guys. Oh man, I wish these weeks would just continue every week with lots of earnings plays and all that. It's just amazing. Well, it'll be interesting to see where this opens. FRLN, and probably indicative of, yeah, pretty low float, 32 million in the float, so certainly not a lot. Actually has earnings next week, that won't really matter. But it got halted at 252.26, 252.26. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it's going to open at 257 plus 26 seconds. So it should open in a minute, 1 minute, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. All right, well, let's see. Let's have FRLN. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is the halt scanner, 252. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be 257 plus 26 seconds. And we are 6 seconds away from maybe it opening. Let's see if it opens. And 465, 465. And it's not going to be a 5-minute halt. That's pretty anticlimactic. So it's not going to be a 5-minute halt. It could be a 10-minute halt. Typically they are multiples of 5. Okay, so Vi, do not use their paper trader. There's no reason to. Use our paper. Okay, I don't know if you do you have our product. Use our paper trader. Use our simulator. Don't use IB's. And yeah, it is not the most user friendly, but I have not changed anything other than adding that thing. The short box. I haven't changed anything in 5 years. Well, then don't use their paper trading module. Use ours. Way simpler. Just click on Sim, and don't use theirs. I don't know about downloading it. I mean, you have the calendar. I don't know about downloading it. No, not option. No, we only scan stocks, okay? So no option positions, no. You know what's supposed to happen? I don't know what's happening here. There's something is supposed to pop up. I don't use the calendar, so I'm sorry, but something is supposed to pop up. And I'm not sure why nothing is which would have the trades, the actual trades. I don't know if this is because I'm in a development version. I don't know why it's not popping up. Unless it's popped up somewhere that and it's hidden. Nope. Let me just ask the question. Next to here, Dova. Ask that, Chris. Just give me a moment here. I don't know why. I know in the past it has definitely popped up. Well, it's not easier or harder. I mean, the whole idea, well, is okay. I should back up. It can be harder to short a stock for several reasons. I mean, if you want to you want to buy a stock, virtually you can buy any stock, okay? No broker, I mean, I've seen the odd person saying my broker doesn't allow me to buy this stock, but it's so rare, okay? And if you're willing to go in at market price, you'll get a fill. It's that simple, okay? So buying, you can always, virtually 100% of the time, you can buy a stock. Okay, guys, we're just open. Let's see what happened with FRLN. So that was a 10-minute halt. To short a stock, though, a couple things have to happen. Number one, your broker has to have shorts available. That's what we're talking about. Remember earlier, we're going to see this change. We're going to see this change. You see how it's changing? People are trying to short this. This is in Interactive Brokers, okay? There's nothing to do with trade ideas. Notice, real time, this is what's happening. Okay? Now there's been some covering. Okay, now there's some more shorting, okay? So the bottom line is that number one, your broker has to have shorts available. Not every broker is going to have shorts available for every stock. Sometimes, within Interactive Brokers, sometimes I won't have shorts available, but somebody will say, oh, but I have Fidelity and there are shorts available. It's going to change, from broker to broker and the amount of shares. So that's number one. Number two, when a stock is down over 10%, sometimes it might be, and even if there are shorts available, sometimes because of this uptick rule, I mean, if I wanted to short FRLN right now, typically I could just go in right at 450, 458. Okay, I mean the bid and ask is changing really rapidly. Look at these shorts being snapped up, guys. Look at them being snapped up in IB. I'm sure it's happening on other platforms. It is pretty cool. It's called SLB. So if you do a search, Ija, it's called SLB rates. SLB rates. So again, the uptick rule, if a stock is down over 10%, typically all you have to do when you want to short something, assuming they're available, you just go in at the bid and you short it, okay? But if a stock is down over 10%, you go in at the bid, you have to wait for some action at the ask, and then some buying at the ask, and then it comes back to that bid. And the problem is you may be in a big queue of other people wanting to do the same thing. So that's what happened. That's what happened to me with the SLQT. I wanted to short it, You know, see, it was down. You know, it's down 18%. I wanted to short it right around here. I think right around 1438, and I put in my bid at 1438. I didn't get a fill. It moved down to 1436. So I moved my bid down to 1436, but I just didn't want to keep chasing it down. You know, so I just said, okay, forget about it. Okay. So that is the difference. I mean, sometimes, you know, when you want to try to short something. Yep, in the simulated account, you have to go in with a limit. You can't go in at the market. You have to pick a price, okay, that you want to trade. Yeah, I have no answer on this one yet, guys. I posed a question to somebody who probably knows, but I noticed he's on a phone call. So I don't know why I'm not getting the pop up unless they've changed something here. I'm trying to right click, left click. Usually I would get a pop up which would show me the trades, but and the other thing to kind of recognize too, if enough brokers don't have shorts available, and you're long a stock, you know, think of it this way, okay? Obviously, shorting a stock puts downward pressure on a stock. I mean, I guess hopefully that's obvious. If you're shorting a stock, you're hoping the price goes down, right? So if enough people are doing that, that can kind of force the price down. If shorts are not available for the majority of brokers, then there's not going to be downward pressure from the shorting aspect. I mean, you know, eventually people will sell because maybe they want to take profit and all, but it won't be a lot of extra downward pressure put on because people are shorting it. And I know William looks at that. If William, you're still in the room, right? You look at that. Say, no shorts available, you know, for something. Well, that means that there's not going to be that. So if you want to shorts, if you wanted to short, if you were long the stock, that might give you a little more confidence to stay in. That's all. Because if there are not a lot of shorts available in the majority of brokers, then there's not that additional downward pressure. If that makes sense. And look what's happened. So now there are no shorts available. You know, when this was see, now there's just a little bit of covering. Now there's no shorts available. Snapped. What a great example of this in action. Look at FULC, guys. Oh, man. Really good alert from my scanner, guys. 2021, 22.28 now, $2. That's a 10% move. And again, that's only Interactive Brokers, TC. You know that, okay. It's only Interactive Brokers. We get the question a lot. I mean, why doesn't Trade Ideas tell me when I can short? You know, why does it? Well, how can Trade Ideas? Because Trade Ideas doesn't know who your broker is necessarily. Okay, so we don't. That's why we can't have a box that says, you know, shorts are available, because it depends who your broker is. So I mean, this can also be a bit of a gauge too, as people, if you wanted to go long, if you wanted to go long, not FULC, but if you wanted to go long FRLN, you had something like this, okay? So you get what you pay for. I mean, this is a nice little feature that IB has, obviously. So as more and more people are covering, they're buying. Remember what they're doing? They're buying the stock. They're having to buy the stock to cover their short position. So think of it, so what if all of a sudden there were, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 shares available? That means people are covering, and who knows, maybe it's going to go back up. All right, guys, are there any other questions? Again, I'll stick around if there are questions. Otherwise, I will. And always, Zach can't hear me, but I always find that amusing because he's talking about Zach's, the media, not him. Zach's research, thank you, yes. Not him. He's not pumping it. No, I'm long gone LFST. Long gone. The longer it took to get through 1250, I mean, the writing was on the wall. Okay, all this. Look at all the struggle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, it's only 16 minutes, but right here, that's about 15 minutes right here. Once, I mean, the handwriting was on the wall. It was not going to get through 1250 easily. Yeah, the only thing you can't do, trading live, we'll call it live, is I've never done it, but I know other people want to do it. You can't if you want to auto trade, you need our premium service. But if you just want to connect to your interactive broker and use this window to trade, all you need is our standard service. But you need an interactive broker's account. To use this window, you need an interactive broker's account. If you don't have an IB account, it's okay. I mean, you can still use trade ideas. But so Nabil, you're talking about using this window called Brokerage Plus, right? Okay. Yep, exactly. It's the same. It looks exactly the same. Yeah, you can. There's no delays. No delays, Vi. Yeah, it looks exactly the same. All you're doing is you're clicking on live. Here I'm in the simulator, but otherwise you click on live. Now, if you haven't watched this video, you should. I don't know if you watched it before. The first video in the link that I'm giving you shows you how you connect to your IB account, and the second video goes into a lot more detail about what you can do. Where are you seeing that? Are you talking 72? Well, I don't know if Zach can hear me. So this is an earnings play, another earnings play, pre-market earnings play. All right, give me a moment. Oh, I might as well stick around. You guys are asking questions, so I will stick around. Just give me a moment, please. right, I'm back. I must kill Zach to have to say that about his namesake. Well, let's see if the shorts are piling into Novin. I mean, there it is. Okay, there's 300 at Interactive Brokers, 393,000 shares available. But look at this. I mean, so let's see if they start getting snapped up. So what he is saying, and I don't think he can hear me. So what he is saying is that they're suggesting putting a $72 price target on this. Okay, that's what he's saying. I'm surprised this is not moving. Okay, a couple thousand shares were taken. Okay, you can just sort of see, I mean, very modestly. You got to be careful in these too. I mean, with such a low float, 18 million in the float, you've got to be careful. You want to short something like this, but it's, very low float. It's an earnings play also. Not that it really did much until here. Look at the volume that came in because of the pump. Okay, let me try to figure that one out, Bill. So first of all, are you on our latest? Are you on the beta or are you on the production version? When you click on Help and About, what do you see? What version do you see? So if you click on Help and About, what version do you see? Okay, so you are on. I would actually not that it should matter because it shouldn't matter, but you should. I think everybody you can go to 5.5.24. Okay, I'm on 0.23. This is the development version, but the latest version on the website right now is 0.24. But let me try to figure out what you're talking about when you switch windows and then come back to my layout. Now, what windows are you switching? Are you talking about in our dock channel bar? When you say you switch windows, what do you mean by that? Are you talking about, oh wow, now you're talking about going outside of trade ideas. Well, that I don't know how I can help you. I mean, I go outside of trade ideas all day long. You lose the ability to click on a graph and then type in a new symbol. That is very strange. That's got to be something. I mean, I'll go right now. I'm going to go into my email, check my email, click on a link, go back. Of course, that doesn't happen to me. Yeah, but you're talking about going outside. That is something that's outside of trade ideas. I'm not sure how. Now I'm back in. I've already done something like what you talked about. I went to my email, opened up an email, read it. Now I'll come back. I mean, there's no issue. That is something I don't know. I definitely can't help you on that. You might have to go to our tech support. I don't even know if they can help you. That's some kind of something in your computer configuration. You're not talking about the ability to not type outside of trader. Do me a favor. If you right click on an alert window, okay, and click on configure, the only thing I can think of. Okay, just give me a moment. Might have to load something outside of a cloud or outside of a docked window. All right. So if you, okay. I went to the wrong. Okay, let me just do this again. Okay. If you click on an alert window, do you have this show alert window checked by any chance? So here's how you find it. If you right click on an alert window, okay, go to properties, actions, and then this. Do you have it checked? Can you check some of your alert windows? That's the only thing I can kind of think of. You see what can happen sometimes, but this is kind of the reverse. People have this checked. When you right click on a window, nothing happens. You right click on a window and you don't get a context box like this coming up. Oh, good. And we have bigger problems. Okay. And then go to properties. This is in an alert window. Okay. So it has to have. Oh, okay. Yeah, you have to click in the body. So an alert window, make sure it has an A. And then properties, actions. Click on, these are just little pop-ups. Click on the actions. And then you should have this. This is how you create a sound alert, of course. You see where it says show alert window? Is it checked? And maybe you might have to check a few of them. I don't know how many alert windows you've got. Okay, because one of the problems is that when you have that checked, and I'm not saying you right now, obviously, but for people who do have this checked, and you have an alert window that is really, really showing a lot of alerts, what can happen is if you're outside of Trade Ideas and you're trying to type an email or something, and you're noticing that you can't type anymore. That is kind of the reverse of what's happening with you, and that's because that show alert window, that's only used, if you want to minimize your window and have it pop up, so you don't want to see it all the time. That is why you would use that. I've never used it like that. Otherwise, I have no idea, Bill. No idea. That's got something to do. Yeah, I'm going to have to send you to our homepage. Maybe they've come across that. Yeah, go to our homepage right now. I'm just going to give you the link. Go to the homepage right now and start a live discussion. And just say, hey, this is what's happening. Any suggestions? It's probably something. It might be something within the Trade Ideas setting that you've got. But it's never happened to me. So I wish I just don't know. I'm sorry, not my homepage. I'm sorry. I keep mixing that up sometimes with Trade Ideas homepage. Just give me a moment, please. I'll find that link. Okay, so the Trade Ideas homepage. Okay, so when you go there, you click on the Trade Ideas homepage, and eventually, depends how, there we go, questions and answers, okay? So you can just pose that question. Okay. I keep hearing FSR. I kept hearing FSR. When I say that, I'm talking about I've got one of my windows is text to speech, so I kept hearing FSR on the way down. Yeah. Now this had an aggressive price target put on it. I think that was on this day right here. Now I had earnings on the 5th. When's that? Yeah, so it had earnings. It was really a non-event. I think this day here, I think, of course, this was, when a lot of the EV plays were really firing. But I also think that somebody, and it was a big guy like Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan, put some really aggressive price target on this. But does that matter? Not necessarily. All right, guys, I do not see any other questions. So I think I will shut the room down now. And tomorrow is Friday. They're helping? You know what? I will. I'll stick around if they tell you what to do relatively soon. Then maybe you can post it here because that's a new one on me. So before I go, then I might as well just put in, if anybody who's still in the room right now that wants to take the test drive, you can still do that. And so there's the link, the test drive link. So don't want to mislead anybody here. So it will still cost $11.11. You will not get 2 weeks. It's over on the 20th, which is next Friday. So basically you'll have, if you sign up right now, you'll have the balance. You can play around with Trade Ideas tonight. You can set up top lists and do some scans and things like that. Obviously the market opens tomorrow, so you would have Friday and then next week. So you'd have 6 days of live trading or live action with Trade Ideas for $11.11. So if you think that's worth it, then sign up. A little less than $2 a day. And when it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from the test drive. When it's over, it's over. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay, so you don't have to worry about that. And my homepage, guys, there's so much information on my homepage. Changing the time frame on the chart and then changing it back will fix the issue. Wow. still don't understand. Why would that do anything? But if that worked, great. Okay, and one last look at my homepage. So save the link, guys. Look at all the information that you have from my homepage. You know, I mean, you've got the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, the stock of the day video, but these sections right here, chock full of stuff, okay? Look at this, all my scans, plus my layout. It's not exactly the same layout you see here, but it's very close. All the different scans that I've created, my beauty right here, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, so lots of things to look at here. And of course, the education section. You know, the 20 lessons that will get you going, at least telling you what a top list is and how to create them, alert windows, etc. Support in YouTube between 12 and 1 when I take my break. Daily webinars will start the week after the 20th, and they run Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock. Educational videos. I mean, you're starting out with trade ideas. You're in the test drive. You haven't done this. You should. I mean, you know, get a feel for what trade ideas is. And here's a great one, you know, very popular. If you are new to trading, never traded before, or you're very new, this is a great 36, you know, they're all short videos. Starting off with what is a stock. So, I mean, we've got a lot of information on my homepage. So all you have to do is save the link. Then you can take a look at all this information whenever you want. Really? So let me try to understand this. You're saying that okay, I'm going to my email, I clicked on a link, I went inside, read it, and now I'm coming back to trade ideas and I'm clicking on a symbol and it's not loading or something weird is happening? No, that's not what you're saying. Okay, what were you saying then? Okay, so when I click on a chart, well, maybe it's going to happen to me. Who knows? Okay, no, I see the change symbol box popped up, so now you're saying it doesn't happen every time. Then you're left clicking on the chart, of course, you're left clicking on the chart. Microsoft. See, that's never happened to me. Okay. Never happened to me. At least not that I'm aware of. And not that I would have had to change a time frame or anything like that. But okay, as long as it's been resolved, that's the bottom line, isn't it? Yeah, so I don't have any idea about the SPY falling every month on the 19th. Somebody is suggesting the SPY falls on the 19th of every month. Yeah, no kidding, having to reload everything for sure. All right, guys, I think that's it. I'm going to wrap this up. I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody. Let me just grab this. Okay, just give me a second here. Yeah, so have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Bye-bye.